Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're all having a good afternoon. Welcome Mark Wins. Hey Lord Sneakers. Hey Slice of Ham. Everybody else who's here. Alright fellas, it is time for us to play Warlock. I've been spending most of the season playing mostly what I consider to be the strongest classes right now. I think the big winners so far for solos is Cleric, Barb, Fighter, and Rogue. Not in necessarily any particular order. But yeah, I think those are currently like the top 4 classes in solos. However, I think Warlock, once we get out of Self-Found, especially with how strong the Halberd still remains, because the Halberd has not been toned at all, I think Warlock's actually a pretty big contender for one of the top classes. So I'm going to go ahead and get it leveled up. So when market releases, we'll be able to kind of build some kits. Yeah, Warlock's one of the scariest classes to fight, I think, in solos when you have the right gear for it. Top gear Warlock, I'm talking endgame gear with artifacts, is almost invincible, funny enough. But, you know, getting to that point is very, very hard. Of course. Wearing the same shirt? Well, considering I wear, like, the same 10 to 14 shirts, you got a pretty good chance of wearing the same shirt as me. I have my laundry on, like, you know, on repeat pretty much. I have a bunch of other shirts, I don't know, just don't really care. And then when the shirts become, like, raggedy, I just, like, change one out, you know? Easy peasy. How was your guys' weekend? Did you do anything special? I went to my family's house. Did some games and whatnot. We do board games. We also actually played I hooked up the old Wii and we played Super Monkey Ball 2 for GameCube. Probably one of my favorite games. I haven't played it in quite a while. That was fun. Hey Chief Brewmaster, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing alright. Hey Rendarism, welcome, welcome. Extraction board games? No. Me and my dad played a game called Terraforming Mars, if you've ever heard of it. And then we played the Wii, played some Monkey Ball. Oh, the Monkey Ball was not with my dad, it was with my siblings. For real, could I sell you the game? You quit in season 5 and you're looking at it? Are you, oh, you mean, like, sell you Dark and Darker? I mean, does telling you that it's the only extraction game on the entire market that is even remotely good right now, that's melee extraction based, is that selling it? Because that is true. There is no other melee extraction game that is actually even remotely as good as Dark and Darker, or even exists, period. So you have two options, Lord Sneakers. You can either A, play Dark and Darker, or B, you can wait for another game to come out in the next upcoming months and play that. Because outside of that, you have no other options. Unless you just don't play melee extraction games, of course. But I know that you don't do that, so. But that is true. That's the truth. I think it really is that simple, believe it or not. Do you like melee extraction games? If yes, then yeah, you'll probably play Dark and Darker. And if you like melee extraction games but you don't like Dark and Darker, then just wait until Misfall Hunter or Hunger or whatever releases later this year and just play those, you know? Nah, no way you just said the real good game was frickin' Dungeon Stalkers. You're lying. That game got taken down for a reason, buddy. That game had a little bit of playability at the start, but that was mostly the meme tier. That was just because it was, you know, whatever. It didn't have much outside of that going for it. The devs spent their entire budget on you know exactly what you already know they spent it on. Alright, I am level 1 right now, so I don't know how this is gonna go. Poor rogue. What is he gonna do, man? Just run, I guess. I'm level 1 too. I don't have any freaking perks. I don't even have Dark Reflection yet. Funny enough. I don't even have one of the best perks in the game unlocked. Still working on that. Let me ask it a different way. Is the game better or worse than it used to be a few seasons back? It is better because of Paul. Paul is the only reason that I would tell you that the game is better than it used to be. It is not worse. I will tell you that no lie. The game is genuinely better than it used to be. And I am, you know, that is a legitimate, you know, response. But what I said earlier still stands. Just to be clear. Just gonna run instantly. Alright. Guess he's afraid to fight in normals? That's fine. I mean, I just want the loot, so... The loot and the levels. If he wants to, like, run, that's fine. Well, he doesn't come back. What is he doing? I have no idea what this guy is trying to accomplish, to be honest. Warlock better than Sort. Good job, buddy. Maybe. Oh my god, man. I haven't played this game in like 2 days, and I feel like we're just classing everybody already. First time playing Warlock all season, and I haven't played in 2 days. And look at that. They're, the two bodies we killed, right next to each other. Funny. Also, he has no loot, so he's just a PvP player, apparently. That's how you can tell if someone's a PvP player or not. Like, do they have, like, 4 stacks of meds each? If yes, and they have no loot, then that's all they do is, like, you know, PvP, pretty much. So... yeah. It's definitely better, but doesn't mean it's good. Well, regardless, Dark and Darker is in a better spot than it used to be. I think that is undeniable. You wanted Elde Garde to take off? Yeah, but those devs, they really shit the bed on that one, man. Elde Garde, like, never had a chance with the developers they had, unfortunately. Best perk in the game is Iron Roller Robust. I do not agree with that. Robust is good, but it is not the best perk in the game. I don't think so. There are definitely better perks out there. And Iron Will is good, but I also do not think it is the best perk in the game either. because a lot of matchups, Iron Will doesn't do anything. There has to be a better perk than that. I mean, honestly, you want to talk about great perks? How about Soul Collector, dude? 1 perk for +3 all. That's better than Robust. Like, no joke. If I was a Barb, I would take +3 all over Robust. Because it gives you dex, it gives you movement speed, it gives you strength. It still gives you health, like, it gives you everything. It's great. I mean, really, that perk is fantastic. No cap. Would I try Druid this season? I do not like playing Druid, so the chances of that are pretty low, I'm gonna be real with you. I won't say no, but just know that, like, probably not. Just, I don't know. We'll see. No promises. Alright, no promises. Hey, you know what? This looks like a first game extraction to me, fellas. That Druid's a Timmy. You always get Druids where they Panther, jump, insta transform bear into 360 without a chance to hit them or block away. I mean, regardless of whether you think that Druid is good or not, he's still a PvP Druid player. I mean, he had no loot. Wait, is there a player there? Oh my god. See that? In the graveyard. Wow. Guess I left at a good time, because I was full inventory. Oh, it's just another rogue. No big deal. Halberd is almost a must run these days. Oh, Halberd is hard carrying. Every class that can use a Halberd, it's so incredibly, like, silly how strong this weapon is. It's really, really strong. Indeed, I would agree with you. It's very, very strong. I might need to organize my inventory for a moment. I have a lot of, like, stuff that I've, like, is sitting here that needs to, like, go somewhere. Give me a moment. Shouldn't take me too long. That was a pretty good first run, I would say. Considering we had 1 perk. I'm not upset. I'm good. Druid without instant shapeshift is a big nerf. I mean, yeah, it was, but Druid is still good. Druid is strong right now, I promise. Druids are, like the good Druid players are, they feel impossible to kill. It takes some, like, know-how to it, but I promise you it's strong. I might not be a great Druid player, but I fought some good Druids, and they are very, very, very obnoxious to fight sometimes. You sold a good troll. You sold a troll pelt to the collector? Well, rip, man. Sorry for your luck. Hey, Bispec, welcome. All's good, man. Yep. What mode am I having most fun with in the wipe? You know, that's a good question. I mean, there's not that many modes I could really give you, right? So there's PvE, there's Norms, High Roller, Squire Royale, and Arena, but Arena's not even open yet. I think Squire Royale is surprisingly fun, and I would go as far as to say that I bet you there's more people in Squire Royale than a lot of other game modes. I think that's pretty likely. So I like Squire Royale, but I also just like kind of like chilling in like solo normals, you know? I have been playing more Ruins this season than I used to. I'm sure that some of you might have noticed by now. So, you know, that's been cool, I guess. All right, hold up. Let me just move a few of these pieces of gear real quick. Hey, Truco Loco, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Any of you guys have fun plans over the weekend? I asked that earlier, but not all of you were here yet. So I figured I'd ask one more time. You guys do anything fun? Hey, Luis, welcome, welcome. Halberd gets countered by kiters or rogue ambush. Yeah, but Warlock doesn't care if you kite. Warlock is a spellcaster. So kiting away from a Warlock is exactly what they want you to do. Because your spells do a lot of damage. So you have two options. You either fight a Warlock at range, which is exactly where they want you to fight, or you fight them in melee against a Halberd, which is one of the best, if not the best weapon in the entire game. If you look at it that way, I think it maybe makes a little bit more sense as to why it's so strong, you know? At least for Warlock specifically. Oh yeah, I gotta bring a Halberd over too. I got a ton of them just chilling here. For sure. Let's see, that'll go to my rogue. I've been trying my best to be a little bit more organized this season than usual. I think I've done pretty well with that so far. Like, this thing here is a little bit of a mess, I'll admit, but I think I've been doing okay at trying to keep this, you know, somewhat organized. I've been trying to move, like, gear that's good for certain classes specifically to those classes rather than, like, kind of just letting it all, like, sit there and rot, pretty much. So yeah, that'll be Cleric, Ranger, Rogue, and then I can figure out the rest of it later. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've done pretty well at organizing so far. Yeah, I think all my halberds are gonna go straight to my Warlock. Most likely. If I'm gonna play fighter, I know halberd fighter is really strong, but I kind of would rather play halberd Warlock. So I think that kind of just makes more sense, I think. For the most part, my stash looks good. Thanks. I'll take the compliment. Thank you, man. You're having a lot more fun with normals. So you know what's interesting? So you know how like the Dark and Darker Reddit is kind of like kind of eh. You know, sometimes you have some really like weird people over there. I saw a post, and the post had no traction at all, which honestly makes sense to me. But it was an interesting post about the cheater situation. So it was a guy that said that he did not play the game anymore, but he said that he frequented / was in Dark and Darker exclusive like cheater Discord channels, and apparently the new update, assuming this post was like a real post, of course, right? I mean, I can't confirm the legitimacy of it, but he said that in the Dark and Darker cheater Discords, that because of the new changes made to HR, the cheaters are having a harder time with kind of having like the general public, like the general cheater, actually cheat in HR, because it's a lot more restrictive. It requires more expensive PCs, and it requires just more work in general that the average cheater doesn't actually do. So even though people can cheat in HR, it's a lot harder than it was last season, and apparently that's showing in the Dark and Darker cheater Discords. I would love to be able to find one of these Discord channels and just kind of like look through it and like take screenshots or whatever and show you stuff that he's saying, because I would love to confirm the legitimacy of that. I thought it was an interesting post, though. Again, I don't think it ever got any traction whatsoever. But I thought it was like I don't know. I thought it was an interesting read. So. Reddit in general, that's true. Reddit in general is kind of like garbage, to be honest. You're not wrong by any means. It is pretty, yeah, it's pretty bad. Can we talk about the anti-cheat now the devs bone their game with the long term? Well, I have to ask, did they really bone their game in the long term? If the change helps prevent cheaters, it might have been an unnecessary thing for them to do, but it still, like, sucks. It sucks both ways. Either they don't do it, and cheaters continue to run rampant in the game for free because there's no anti-cheat that's enough to keep them out of the game, or vice versa. So either they do it and they do it and it sucks, they don't do it and it sucks. It sucks both ways, unfortunately, and I don't really know. I can understand the position that Iron Mace is in because the cheating situation has gotten so bad that I don't even know what they're supposed to do. I mean, really, what do they do? I don't know. I mean, at a certain point, it's almost like they're in a damned if they do, damned if they don't spot. Yes, but if the game is full of cheaters, it ruins the game for everyone, and the game is unplayable anyway. If cheating is as easy as it was last season, HR is near unplayable anyway. So what does it matter? Like, look, I'm not arguing and saying that you're wrong, Volgan, just to be clear. This is not me defending what they did. I'm just trying to look at the other side of it and tell you I think that's why they did it. But it sucks regardless. It's bad and bad. It just sucks. I don't know what else to say. It sucks on both sides. It really does. I don't know what Iron Mace could have done that would be any better. Like, I wouldn't be able to give a better solution because people are shitheads and ruin games by cheating. You know? It's just, it sucks. I mean, what else can they do? It's not like Dark and Darker is the only multiplayer game that has cheaters. Every single multiplayer game struggles with cheating. But Dark and Darker, being an extraction game, is particularly hurt by cheaters. If Dark and Darker has cheaters in the game is unplayable because now you're losing kits to people that are not playing fairly, and you might as well not play the game mode. So it sucks because Iron Mace is in a spot where they increase the security, which makes it harder for these people to cheat, and it's working, from what I can tell. It is working. There can still be cheaters, but it's working. But the problem is, on the other side, that people are, like, legitimate people, like you, like some of you guys that are talking right now, are having trouble getting into High Roller. So, you know, I understand both sides. I'm not, you know, again, this is not like me arguing and telling you that, like, you're wrong. I don't know what the solution is, you know? I don't know. I have no idea. Damned if they do, damned if they don't. What can I say? Heavy cheating still easy in normals? Yeah, it is. However, a lot of the cheaters are doing it to RMT, and RMTing in normals is nowhere near as profitable. So the money is not as much to be made. Like, the cheat developers are selling cheaters to people that are cheating / selling that gold. And if the cheaters can only play normals, they're not making anywhere near as much money. Not even close. Because HR is where the money is. We should, I wonder how many other popular games are out there that run the same, cheat anti-measures that Dark and Darker does. I think that would, like, I think that would be a good indicator of how intrusive it really is. If you can show me some other popular games, like, I mean, like, when I say popular, I mean, like, maybe, like, top 100, top 200 games on Steam, period. You know, or that have been top 100, 200 in Steam. If you can show me games that have similar cheat requirements, then I don't think it's as egregious. Am I looking forward to Misfall? Silent Throw, that's a silly question. You know I'm looking forward to Misfall. You already know. Of course. I'm very much looking forward to that. Yeah, it's like one of my most anticipated games of the year, man. No joke. I haven't felt as excited for a new game like Misfall probably since, like, I don't even know. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, very, very excited indeed. So, like, Valorant Riot has got a lot of flack because they install anti-cheat that works on the root level of your PC. People thought that was invasive. Yeah, but do they still do it? Do they do it, or do they cave and get rid of it? Because other companies know as well as Iron Mace that cheaters will ruin your multiplayer game. I mean, okay, here's a serious talk. Am I in normals? Yeah, we're on level 6 Warlock. Yeah, we're in normals. Yeah, this is like my first time this season playing Warlock. So, this is actually our second game. Riot still has. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I wonder if there's a... I would like to see a list of companies that, like, are currently using anti-cheating similar to what Iron Mace has to see... Because if it's a common practice and a lot of other companies are using it nowadays, and it's just that Iron Mace took a while to catch up, then... I can understand why they did it, in a way. The anti-cheat of Riot is there, but it's still there, but it's improved. People were complaining because it gave performance issues, but not anymore. Gotcha. Windows 10 user here, you were able to activate requirements to go into HR by following Iron Mace's links, even though they're designed for Windows 11 users. Yeah, that was a rumor, Witchy. That is correct. Anyone who says they can't do the new update for Iron Mace because of Windows 10, that is actually not true. Windows 10 is able to do the stuff. Now, that doesn't mean that your computer, like really old computers might have issues, but Windows 10 alone is not like a sole reason for it not working, if that makes sense. Will I play Misfall with Lich? I mean, I'm not opposed. I assume that, you know, I'm friendly with Lich. Like, we talk on occasion in, like, Discord. He'll, like, we'll talk about, like, just Misfall in general, or, like, whatever's going on. Yeah, I imagine I will probably end up playing with Lich. I don't like to admit it, but Lich is probably a little bit better than me at, at some of these games, but I can kill him. I definitely, like, I'm somewhat comparable, but he's sweatier than I am for sure. Yeah, I'm good, but he's always very hard to kill. Always. It's always a tough time. Hey, thank you, Skysman, for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lich is I'm not that sweaty. Some people, like, tell me that I'm just being, like, silly when I say this. I do not consider myself a sweat on this game, or, like, on games in general. Like, I play a lot, and, like, I stream and whatever, but there are people way more sweaty than I am, man. Like, it's true. I am nowhere near as sweaty as some of these other players. I do feel like that's true. Oh. I wonder where that dog went. Ran away. Hey, Skysman, thank you for the 2-month resub. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Warlock Mastery applies to magic staff? No. No, it does not. That is a negative. Well, to give you an idea, when I played Misfall Hunter's last playtest, I beat virtually every single player in solos. It was like I was a very PvP positive player. The only person that I struggled against was mostly Lich, and I actually I had to class swap to a class that I knew would be good against Lich, and then I was able to like fight off slash like beat him. Like if I'm at a disadvantage class-wise against Lich, it's pretty tough. If I'm on an even field or a winning field, then it's fine. It's always a hard fight whenever I fight him. I could definitely kill him though, for sure. Not like he's invincible or anything. Yeah, I definitely hold my own. Actually, the only time that I remember him killing me in the last Misfall test was that he third-partied me, and I was furious. And then I came over with a mercenary build, and he had to run away and leave the map because he couldn't kill me. So that was a while ago. That was like months and months ago because I have not played Misfall since. So, you know. Is adventure mode more active than PvP because you see less players on PvP mode solo? The most active mode in the entire game, I would say, is actually Squire to Riches. And then solo normal still has a decent bit of players. Is Misfall going to be a game with a gameplay move that lets you play forever like Dad? My understanding is yes. Misfall Hunter is supposedly going to have a similar loop. Also, you know what really gets me excited about Misfall? If this is a big if Misfall is able to, if they're able to make a good extraction game that can compete with Dark and Darker, okay? If they can, big if, Misfall Hunter is releasing on Game Pass, is my understanding. If Misfall Hunter releases Day 1 Game Pass in July, right? And it releases successfully in a way that legitimately competes with Dark and Darker, Misfall Hunter is actually going to have a really big advantage because they're going to have console market, like a free quote-unquote console market with Game Pass on top of PC. That could create a lot of buzz around that game. Misfall Hunter could theoretically become more successful than Dark and Darker because of console. But again, this is a huge if. A huge if. I mean, this is like, you know, we've been here before, right? Like, oh, this extraction game is gonna be good, and then it dies in 2 days. Like Midnight Walkers. I was actually excited for that game, and it just flopped. It flopped big time. So, you know, we've been here before multiple times of getting excited for extraction games, and then they just fall on their face and die in a week. And then it's like, well, okay, that was fun. And then you go back to Dark and Darker. I am praying that that Misfall does not do what every other game does, because I want Misfall to succeed because I really like that game. So we're huffing the highest of copium, because I would love to have another. You know what I want? Nothing more. I want to have another main game. I'm not talking side game where it's like I play, you know, Midnight Walkers for like a day or two, and then, you know, we move back to Dad. I want a new main game. A game that I can play, you know, day after day, and be able to consistently make content and streams on to a game that has a good population, you know? I don't want another side game, you know? Like, eventually, I want Dark and Darker to be not, like, I'm not, like, saying I want to sideline Dark and Darker, but I want a game that I can feel like I do with Dark and Darker to another game, I guess. I want it to be like Dungeonborne was at peak before all the shit happened. I know a lot of you might not like Dungeonborne, but I did play it quite a lot. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, I want it to be, I want it to be good, man. I want it to be good. And he's gone. Man, why is he running? What are we doing? What are we doing? Is this real? Is that like, is he from stream? Is that from stream, you think? Because I'm confused. Why did he do that? He even has the sweaty ass cat skin. Like, the cat skin is how you know someone's a stupid sweat in this game. That's the only skin sweats use, I swear. I swear, it's what it feels like, at least. That's super weird. What is he doing? He even has like green and blue gear. Like, did he just give up? He could have ran or something. I don't know. Weird. Very, very strange indeed. I don't really get it, but that skin is good. Yeah, okay, but it's still a sweat skin. I mean, that doesn't change what I said. What didn't help Midnight Walker's case as a game is the fact that it used the same name of a game that was announced before. Wait, it did? Bulgoon, I actually didn't know that. That's news to me. DC. No, he was literally sitting there stripping his clothes off. That was super weird. Halberd didn't get buffed. It doesn't need buffed. Halberd is one of the best. It's one of the best weapons in the entire game, if not the best. It's like the meta weapon, man. The damage is insane. The reach is insane. The parry is insane. Everything about this weapon is nuts. It's just, it's kind of like the god weapon, honestly. But I'm gonna be real with you. The name of Midnight Walkers doesn't mean anything. Midnight Walkers was just a bad game. It doesn't matter what the name was. I'm gonna be real with you. Midnight Walkers is just a bad game. It doesn't, it could have been named anything and it would not have been successful, unfortunately. And they really, like, Midnight Walkers really screwed up, man. They really screwed up on that game. They released it way too early to the point where I don't even know, I don't even see how they're, like, the game is even going to, like, I don't see how Midnight Walkers ever comes back. I don't see how that's possible. Oh, you know what? I don't have a lot of time left. I'm actually just gonna go take this blue portal. There's like 2 minutes left. I didn't realize how much time we wasted. You're Bardlock? Wait, are you, Vlad? Wait, why didn't you fight me? If that's you, what's going on? I wanted to fight, not, you know, I didn't want you to let me kill you. You know, it's part of the fun. Are you just not confident? You could have ran. Wait, hardcore mode came out 4 days ago? Wait, Midnight Walkers is still updating their game? Wait, is that real? Okay, I'm actually gonna have to check because I'm curious. I didn't even know the devs were still updating that game. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be honest, I thought it got abandoned at this point. I didn't realize it was still getting like updates. I guess the devs have not given up on it yet, I guess. I mean, you definitely can't blame me for thinking that, though. I mean, really. Just considering. Yeah, now you got me curious. Hold up. Is Midnight Walkers really still getting updates? Holy shit, they are updating the game. They released an update on April 30th. Alright, well now we gotta look at the... Alright, so let's look at the player count then. I mean... this is the problem, right? Okay, so they released a big update, and they finally added hardcore mode. But that update peaked them at 200 players. So what are they supposed to... Like, what do you do, man? This is not the signs of a thriving game. They launched at 2K, 2.6, and they're down to 100 players. Like, is this like calling this a dead game? I don't think is like wrong. I think it's too late, man. This looks like a too little, too late situation. I don't think there's anything they can do. It's the extraction game curve. Is it though? Here's the thing though, it's a curve, but it's nowhere near as many players as extraction games can get. I mean, Arc Raiders, like, so like sure, Arc Raiders launched at 500k, but that, like, again, there's a lot of like casual slash whatever players that played. Like, you're gonna lose players over time. That's going to happen. But they're still sitting at 80,000 players. I mean, I don't know about you. If Dark and Darker had 80,000 people right now, I would be ecstatic. Because the percentages don't matter. This peak pop was never going to hold. That is an insane peak pop. Having 80,000 players is still insane. I mean, do you disagree? That's a huge number. Is it free? Midnight Walkers? No, Midnight Walkers is like 20 or 25 bucks or something. They gave creators a free copy. There's a creator Discord. I don't really visit it at all. But they did ping for free copies of the game when it first released, so I took one, obviously. But I only played it for like a day because I just didn't think it was very good. But yeah, that's actually like really a shame. Yeah, Midnight Walkers, I just don't know how they come back from this. How do you think... How do you bring players back to an extraction that requires players to play the game? Like, without players, an extraction game is nothing, because part of the core of the loop is all about player interactions. So how the hell are you supposed to even get people and convince them to come play your game when you have no players to begin with? So the core game loop is already ruined because there's no players to play against. How do you even do it? It feels like an impossible task. Marathon? I have never played Marathon, but I can check. Nowhere near Arc Raiders. Not even close. 77k peak and then 8,000 now. So Marathon's peak is actually lower than Arc Raiders' current player count. So really, Marathon is significantly less popular than Arc. I'm not surprised though. That I always felt like that was going to be the case. I don't really have any interest in Marathon personally. A game called Last Flag closed? I've never heard of Last Flag. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. I'm not calling Marathon bad, by the way. I've never played it. Yeah, someone just asked about it. If you like Marathon, then, you know, by all means, you know, you do you. I'm not here to convince you what game to play. Marathon doesn't pay me, so I don't really care. It's all you, man. Play it if you like it. It's all good. You have to have a separate mode for casuals. Yeah, honestly, I think that is helping Dark and Darker a little bit. Having Squire Royale, which is a good mode for casuals to kind of load up and just play, but it's also a mode that veterans like to play as well. I think it's probably one of Ironbase's most successful modes, which is funny, considering it's like a battle royale mode, but whatever. It's fun, so. You discover me in Dungeonborne that's already in the grave. Dungeonborne's been in the grave for over a year, man. Yeah, that's been a long time coming. I do feel like there's an extraction game curse. It feels like every time I look at a new extraction game to play, it seems like it's just... like, it just dies. It sucks. I hate it. You're excited for Shadows of Chroma Tower? I can't get into that game because of the art style. That's the biggest hurdle for me. If Shadows of Chroma Tower had an art style similar to Dark and Darker, I would be way more inclined to play it. But yeah, that game is just really weird looking. It's really hard to... It's very, very hard for me to play it. Why did Dungeonborne not survive? Because Tencent, which is the ones that were funding Dungeonborne, they pulled funding. It's actually not what it's not the... So the popular disclaimer is that the developers fumbled Dungeonborne. That's actually not entirely true. The real story that I didn't even know at the time is that Tencent pulled funding of Dungeonborne, and you know, like basically, like they had no development because Tencent pulled all the funding. Like it was early on too. Like Tencent pulled the funding really early to the point where Hellhammer was like the only one working on the game, and it wasn't sustainable for one person to do that. And yeah, Tencent just left the game to die. So yeah. Basically, the game wasn't successful enough for Tencent to be willing to put money into, and they pulled the plug really early. That's like the easy, you know, simple answer. I am confident. Well, maybe I shouldn't say confident. I feel like if Dungeonborne had not been gutted from funding, if they had remained as a solid development team and they had been allowed to continue updating the game over the, like, you know, last year or two, and, you know, things had kind of went a different way, I would like to think that Dungeonborne would still be, like, kicking today if it wasn't for Tencent pulling that plug. But unfortunately, it just ended up not mattering in the long run. Oh, I loved Dungeonborne at the start. It's one of my favorite extraction games that has ever existed, right alongside, like, Dark and Darker. It wasn't as long-lived as Dark and Darker, so I will always kind of like Dark and Darker more, because Dungeonborne was, like, a lot, like, less time that I invested in it, but I did like it a lot. That's no secret. Yeah, believe it or not, I did not play Dungeonborne because I was just, like, paid to play it. I played it because I liked the game. I remember people would accuse me of playing Dungeonborne just because I got paid to play it, and that was never true. Dark and Darker versus Dungeonborne in its prime. Dark and Darker was still better in its prime. Playtest 3, 4, 5 of Dark and Darker was some of the most peak gameplay I've ever played in my life. I was addicted to a dark. I was like, I would wake up, play Dark and Darker, and then I would go to bed. Like, and there was almost nothing in between. I mean, it was bad. I mean, it was... I've like never played a game like like I did Dark and Darker, man. Yeah, I don't think you understand. I would have played. I played Dungeonborne off stream as well. Like, I played Dungeonborne for fun just as well as I did it for streams and like for like videos slash like the money that I made from that stuff. Like, I just like Dungeonborne. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I like the game. I mean, again, I liked it. I'm not like it shit the bed. Like, I'm not like sitting here telling you it's the best game in the world, but at the time I thought it was very fun. At the time. I know someone has to be here. I just heard something. This is suspicious. How is no one here? I don't get it. There's always people here. Oh. I don't have anti-magic yet, so this is going to be a lot harder of a fight than it would be otherwise. Missing that 20% MDR, which is a really big deal. What's the end goal for this build? I'll kind of have to. I'll kind of show you as we go. I'm still only running 2 perks right now, so we're pretty gimped at the moment. Do wish I had anti-magic right now, but. Alright. That works. By the way, if a longsword ever tries to parry you with halberd, miss the first swing on purpose and then hit him with the poke. That's the strat. Halberd is easy to parry on the first swing, but it's hard to parry on the second swing. So, pro tip. Also, this guy killed 3 other people, so yeah, this is like clearly a heavy PvP player. Yeah, he's in full blue too. Yeah, this guy's actually very geared. Wow. Okay. He actually gear diffs and perk diffs me. Funny enough, I'm surprised I won that. He had a very big advantage on me. He kind of misplayed quite a lot, and he's running like green like pots and everything. Man. All right. Yeah, that is a skill diff. that's all that is. I don't even have anti-magic. I don't have my 4th perk either, which I don't know what it would be. Probably like, what would it be? I don't know. But yeah, he had better gear. He had more perks. Yeah, he had a big advantage. He flopped it though. He messed up. Anti-magic doesn't show bonus. I think it shows in-game, but not out of game, I think. Yeah, he got way too close. I think he just went in. I think he was just really confident, and he went in thinking that he was going to parry my halberd and one-shot me, and yeah, that's not gonna work against me. It might work against a lesser player that doesn't know how to play around halberd longsword swing. But yeah, if you know how to play around the parry, it's easy. It's like not a problem. Oh, yeah, so the endgame goal for this build here, let me store some of this gear real quick and then we can talk about that. Might as well run this guy's gear, it was really good. I guess now will be the sweat. I guess. Only thing that's bad is our freaking dryad mask. I guess I could just socket it. Put damage on it. There you go. Makes you feel a little better. Yeah, I think I'm level... I think I have my next perk now. So I think so. Yeah, we're level 10. Okay. So, when you're playing Warlock, I recommend in order. You take Soul Collector first. Then you take Dark Reflection. Then for your third perk, you take... This is where it becomes up for debate. There's no correct third perk choice. Technically speaking, there's multiple choices you can make. I personally lean towards anti-magic because anti-magic is insanely strong. So, to give you an idea, anti-magic is flat 20% MDR, and we're currently at 30% total. So that puts us at 50% MDR, which is effectively giving us double HP against magic players. So this perk means that against warlocks, wizards, and sorcerers, we have effectively 290 HP. I'm not saying that this is necessarily what you should take third, but it is really, really strong because of that. It makes your matchup against those classes just so much better. There's less casters playing. There are less casters playing. However, I just fought a geared sorcerer, so I'm gonna run anti-magic because of that. Yeah, anti-magic is kind of the safety net perk of, yeah, sure, you might never see a caster, but if you do, it'll win you the fight. You know what I mean? You have 3.6k hours on Wizard and you struggle in Melee? Salimas, that must be because you don't play Bonk Wizard. I play Melee Wizard, primarily. It's like, people call it Fake Wizard, but that is my favorite playstyle. Yeah, Shadow Touch would be a perk I would recommend, if not for the fact that it doesn't work with Soul Collector, so it's garbage. This perk is basically unusable because of that interaction. Dark Reflection is such a BS perk. Your only counter is don't hit me. Yes, Sunshine, I would personally agree with you. Also, just so you know, I do read both YouTube and Twitch chat, so I saw your comment twice. But yes, I do. I've always kind of agreed with that. You know what? You think Dark Reflection is bullshit? You know what's even more bullshit than Dark Reflection that people don't talk about? Where is it at? Where's my Druid? This perk is so stupid. Call Druid good or not if you want. Thorncoat is still dumb. 5 true fizz damage when being attacked, and there's no cooldown. So if you hit a Druid with a fast-hitting, low-damage weapon, you're going to just kill yourself. It's really stupid. I hate this perk. I don't think it should exist in the game. Like, I don't want any class to have Thorncoats. It's just stupid. Because there's no cooldown. It makes no sense. I hate this perk. I wish it didn't exist. Like, punishing someone for hitting you is not a good playstyle, or is not good game design. I don't like it. I mean, if I hit a druid 5 times in a fight, I'm losing 25 health, which is like, let's say I have 125 HP. You know, so I'm losing 20% of my health on self-inflicted damage. Ugh, I just don't like it. But I never said Dark Reflection is good either. I don't like Dark Reflection or Thorncoat. They both suck. I don't think any perk should ever punish you for simply hitting someone with no counterplay. If you could proc Dark Reflection and Thorncoat on a cooldown with a range hit, then that would actually give some counterplay. Like, if I could, as a ranger, hit a warlock with an arrow, proc their Dark Reflection, and then go in with melee and not get hit by it, at least there's counterplay to that. Now, that would actually ruin Soul Collector, though. So, like, you couldn't run Soul Collector Dark Reflection anymore. It'd actually be useless. So that's a whole different issue. But yeah, I don't think hitting someone and taking a shit ton of damage is good game design, personally. I've said I don't like this for years now. This is not new. I made complaints about Dark Reflection Warlock probably 2 years ago, and it never got changed. So it's not like I'm like just randomly pulling this out here. I've hated them for a long time. I've always felt that way. Hey, Blue. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. No, there is no MMR in this game. Nope. Every man for himself, pretty much. What do I use as the 4th perk? 4th perk's kind of a flex perk. Dark Enhancement is decent. Vampirism is decent because it modifies your healing pots. You know what? Honestly, Vampirism is probably the answer. Because when you're geared... Actually, I'm geared enough to do it. I should do it now. So here's the thing. What I like to run... I didn't realize I had enough gear to do it. So what I like to run is Curse of Pain, Curse of Weakness up top. And then I run Summon Hydra. And then I run Life Drain. This is my favorite setup for HR for Warlock. So you have Flamewalker to run around and keep people off you in melee. You have Hydra plus Life Drain to heal yourself. Then you have Curse of Pain as damage, and then you have Weakness to help you win the melee fights. This is by far, like, I think, one of the best setups for Warlock with spells, personally. I think it's very strong. However, it's worth noting that Hydra Life Drain is not going to be anywhere near as strong with this setup, because it scales off magic damage. So Hydra Drain's actually not like super great right now, and I don't have Vampirism yet, so this is probably not actually worth using at the moment, but I guess we'll just take it anyway, because Hydra is still nice to have as like a blocker or whatever. So I'll still use it, but it's not going to be as good. No Dark Bolt. Dark Bolt is good. So if you want to take Dark Bolt, you just have to figure out what to drop. If you want to take Hydra Life Drain, then you have to drop Flamewalker. It's really like personal preference. It's however you want to do it. Again, I'm not saying that this is what you have to use. This is just one of the setups I like to use. Dark Bolt's good too. It just depends on how you want to do it. Really, I would argue that Dark Bolt is actually better if you're just running for the infinite demon form build. Because why would you want to cast Dark Bolts as a regular Warlock when you could have permanent 100% damage Dark Bolts in demon form and stay in that form forever? That really is like one of Warlock's best builds by far. You know what I mean? So you could kind of make the argument that if you want to do a Dark Bolt build, it's better to do that instead. Because that's like really insane. Getting infinite 100% damage Dark Bolts is hilariously stupid. It's so strong. It's so good, man. You have to upkeep the damage over time. For endgame HR, Troll's Blood are pretty good at doing that. At like keeping you healthy, so you can kind of like just play the game. But yeah, trying to fight a Warlock that's doing that can be very, very annoying. Demon form keeps the shard bonus after hitting an enemy with it. Yeah, so if you have so when you transform into demon form, it gives you the it gives you like the 100% damage on it, and that does not go away, is my understanding, when you're shooting dark bolts with it. So demon form consumes the shards, but if you stay demon form forever, then you never actually lose that damage bonus, is my understanding of how that works. Also, demon form has the claws to like super heal yourself to full at any point if you have any mobs near you. It's just really good, man. Demon form Warlock's just very, very strong. Truly. Just very, very good. I believe that also means that you can have the 100% damage Dark Reflection also proc as long as you stay in demon form. You think the demon form healing call was changed? If it was, I don't think it was on any patch notes. I mean, demon form's really not hard countered necessarily by range because their dark bolts can like 2 or 3 shot you. I'm not sure if I quite say it hard counters them. I don't know if you ever played solos against a very geared demon form Warlock, but they're very hard to fight. I think so, at least. Honestly, a part of me almost wonders if demon form should lose health a little bit faster, but it might kill the build, so probably can't do that. There's something about Warlocks running around for an entire match, staying in demon form the entire time. It almost feels wrong. Like, it feels like demon form is supposed to be a form that, like, you pop in a fight, but, like, it has a high risk, high reward where, you know, you have, like, a limited duration to use it, and then if it fails, like, you die. Instead, demon form ends up like it's in a spot where you can use it the entire match, so there's no real downside to it. So you get all the benefits of demon form without any of the real downsides to it. Because in HR, like, you pop one singular Troll's Blood and one like red pot, and like you're not losing health. Like you're good, you know. Demon form plate with hard counter and melee. What do you mean? Against what? Demon form Warlock is just a strong build, generally speaking. It's just good. There was a demon form Warlock I fought against last season who was literally unkillable. He had I think it was a Kuma's, whatever the artifact falchion is. He was 1 or 2 shotting every player in the game. No one could like touch him. And again, he was demon form the whole duration of the match. I think he was running like 200 HP or something like that too. Like literally, I don't know what could have possibly killed him. His dark bolts would also hit you for a shit ton of damage too. So that like range wasn't even a real option because he would just dark bolt you to death. I think he said rogues would get one tap by him. Yeah, if a rogue got hit by his Kuma with BOC and Dark Reflection, they would actually get one shot. Like, full geared rogues would get one shot. And then barbarians would get 2 shot or maybe 3 shot if you were, like, lucky. Well, money for Troll's Blood isn't really a problem. I think you underestimate how much money players have at the end of seasons. Like, the Troll's Blood is, like, doesn't really matter. The cost is irrelevant. I mean, you clearly don't know, like, how much money people amass in, like, that. If you think the Troll's Blood is a big deal. I myself usually bring one Troll's Blood every single match in High Roller when I'm running light geared. I did that a lot last season. Like, maybe not every game, but I did run it a lot. Yeah, just because a class might use Troll's Blood to be stronger, you don't need Troll's Blood to make Demon Form, like, usable also. Vampirism and magic healing with just red pots can also keep you from dying infinitely as Demon Form as well. It's just that Troll's Blood do it better. You don't need a Troll's Blood, but it definitely helps. If you have a Troll's Blood, though, yeah, you're good. Like, you literally out heal the like the demon damage. So you're healing while you're in that form, which kind of breaks the game in a way. Should I remove Troll's Blood? No. This is not a Troll's Blood OP statement. This is a Demon Form Warlock might actually be kind of broken statement more than anything else. I guess I'm questioning the logistics of whether a Warlock should be able to stay Demon Form for an entire match. Like, should that even be possible, I guess, is the real question. And I wonder if that's even, like, if that even should be a thing. Because to me, Demon Form Warlock is supposed to be something that you pop for a fight and then, like, use it as, like, a high risk, like, high reward skill. That's how I look at it. But that's not, like, how it's played, so. I don't really know. Troll's Blood is required for higher level fights. Oh wait, I would argue that it is. Troll's Blood saved my ass multiple HR games that I played. It's yeah, Troll's Blood is pretty damn required. Can't hit this guy. Couldn't hit him, but doesn't matter. You don't think a lot of people are running that build, though? The average player aren't bringing Troll's Blood into HR? I'm not talking about the average player. I'm talking about, like, the top players. The high-geared HR players is what we're referring to. Yeah, not the Joe Schmo that's, like, running around in Squire gear in HR. You know, I'm not talking about them. That's, yeah, obviously that's very different. Yeah, I'm talking about the high-level Warlock builds. You hate spending that much on consumables? I mean, just consider it as like a part of the game. That's how I look at it. What else are you gonna spend the money on? I mean, more gear. If you're not dying, then the Troll's Blood is basically like buying more gear. Think of it this way. If a Troll's Blood saves your life, then it saves you from having to buy an entire new gear set, and it might even earn you someone else's gear set, which means the Troll's Blood pays for itself tenfold every time you buy it. You look at it that way. It's always worth the money, no matter what. Did I hear an arrow? Oh my god, there is a guy here. Where did he come from? Wait, it's like the rogue turned into a bard. Wait, how did that happen? You know, like, it's one of those, like, mystery boxes. It's like he is a magician. He, like, walked into a box, and then he came out as a different person. That was super weird. What the hell? How did that even happen? Alright. Don't really understand that, but... It's not hard to farm Troll's Blood either. That is true. If you don't want to pay for Troll's Blood, you can just go farm them yourself. That is very true. You don't have to buy them. What kind of lock you been enjoying? Well, Ray, this is my first day playing Warlock all season. I actually don't even have all my perks yet. Right now I'm playing a Halberd, BOC Warlock, and then I'm running these spells. Seems like it's working out for me so far. I mean, I'm level 10 and I've already amassed a full kit, like from killing people. I killed a, I killed a full geared player, so I'm already full. I'm already, you know, full gear, pretty much. I don't know. I think I scared that rogue away, to be honest with you. Hit him one time, and I think he just, like, with one person, I think he lost like half his health. So, you know, probably not coming back. I don't know. We can go look for him. No plate. I don't think plate is bad, but I'm not running it right now. I considered running plate, but the guy that I killed didn't have plate on, so I just ran his gear instead. Yeah, most of this gear is like not stuff I looted. I just like grabbed it. I'm even like I even have like blue jewelry as well. Yeah, Cyclops and Troll can both be killed for the Troll's Blood, yeah. Oh my god, I thought that was a person for a minute. I jumped a little bit, I'm gonna be honest. Dude, no one ever kills this shit. Everyone always just avoids these mobs. But Halberd lets you kill them for free, so... Well, free if I don't suck. I might go to a Crypts run. I haven't gone down to Crypts yet because I was trying to get my perks. Yeah, let's do a down run. What is the endgame content like for this game? I'm gonna be real with you. That depends on who you ask. Yeah, for me personally, the endgame content is PvP, and I think that's the case for a lot of people. However, some people might argue the endgame content is like bossing, but I don't really view bossing as like the real endgame personally. Yeah, so for me it's PvP. You're behind on quests? I'm not doing quests this season. Yeah, I've decided not to do them. They're too grindy for me personally. I'll just buy them. I'll mark it when they come out. Yeah, I've done quests too many wipes. We've done quests. I'm tired of it. It's more fun to just play the game. Quest feels more like a job than anything else. So kinda wanna play and chill. If the quests are there, I'll do them, but like I'm not like gonna go out of my way to worry about it. I miss the old days when Dark and Darker used to have quest auto unlock, or like everything was auto like unlocked for crafted. I miss those days a little bit, to be honest. Similar to Arc Raiders, just PvP and people stop doing objectives and quests. I mean, a lot of people do, yeah. I'm definitely not alone in my thoughts of ignoring any missions at all and just PvPing. Like, sure, there are some people that might, like, sit in PvE or whatever all day, but yeah, most of the content for this game's endgame is just PvP stuff, for the most part. I mean, heck, the entire of Squire Royale is all about PvP, and that's what a lot of people are playing right now, so, you know, calling Dark and Darker a PvP game at this point, I think is a fair statement, considering Squire Royale is the most popular game mode, and it's literally nothing but PvP. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, technically, you can make the endgame anything you want it, right? You could look at it that way. Just because I play the game for PvP doesn't mean you have to. You know? You don't have to do what I'm doing. You know? But for me personally, yeah, I just PvP for the most part. Yeah, my goal isn't really to convince you one way or the other how to play the game. I'm not here to tell you that you have to PvP to play the game, you know? But, you know, I personally feel like PvP is the real endgame content because of the way that Iron Mace has updated the game over time. Think most would agree. Probably, but I'm not really here to convince anybody. I'm just kind of answering it honestly of how I view it, I guess. I mean, I have 4,000 hours in Dark and Darker, so keep in mind that, like, I've kind of done... There's really nothing I want to do that, like, differently at this point. I don't know. What do I even do after 4,000 hours, you know? At that point, it's literally just kill the same PvE I've been killing for 4,000 hours, or, you know, PvP, you know? And I don't really find bossing very fun in this game because it feels too grief heavy for players. Like, it's too easy for people to grief you while bossing, so I personally don't really consider bossing, like, very good content. It's more frustrating than anything else. Because I can learn how to do bosses, but then, like, when I start getting third-partied every time I try to boss, it just gets annoying. I just don't bother. I would rather be the guy that third-parties a boss than the guy that kills the boss and gets third-partied, I guess. I wouldn't mind fighting players after a boss, after the boss is dead, but people usually grief during the boss, and that kind of annoys me. So I just, like, don't bother. This game doesn't have PvE-only lobbies. It does. However, even PvE lobbies are kind of PvP, if that makes sense. Basically, PvE lobbies, everybody's in the same lobby together. And the meta for PvE mode, and I'm not joking, this is not exaggeration, the meta for PvE mode is to build resourcefulness and interaction speed and play Bard or a different, like, fast-looting class. Because the faster your interaction speed, the faster you can loot a body, and people boss rush PvE mode because you can't fight each other, and then whoever has the fastest resourcefulness gets to loot the boss. So if you hit a boss for 95% health, I can run in, hit it one time, and then if I have a better build than you in PvE mode, I get to loot the boss and you get nothing because my resourcefulness is faster. So I open up the box better. Like, this is not, like, me, like, memeing. I'm, like, dead serious. That is the meta for PvE. Like, this is not a joke. I know it sounds stupid, but it's true. Okay, well, that was interesting. Arc Raiders is a similar issue of people gunning to the loot. Seems like a constant issue among this genre. Yeah, but Arc Raiders doesn't have PvE mode, right? Arc Raiders, you can technically always shoot someone. In Dark and Darker PvE, you literally cannot, like, hit them. That's why the meta is resourcefulness-based. Yeah, I don't know. This guy, like, kind of flubbed a little bit. I don't really know what was going on. Some of his gear is actually pretty solid, too. Surprisingly. He has a halberd, too. Like a blue one, I mean. I know he's a halberd, but a blue one. No, but they have friendly lobbies, and if you shoot someone once, you're back into aggressive lobbies, so people tend not to shoot first. Okay, yeah, right. I do remember those lobbies, yeah, okay. So basically, Arc Raiders is basically PvE. Like, it's like PvE, but it's like, kind of, I don't know how to put it, but I see what you're saying. Okay. First time seeing me live. You've seen a lot of my videos on YouTube. Thanks for those. Hey, Quetza. Well, I'm glad you like the content, man. I do appreciate that very much. That's why I make the content. So you guys, you know, those of you that enjoy it. So, thank you, man. Second wind is trash. Well, BOC hard counter second wind. It reduces healing. So, I hard counter his build. I hard counter it even more when he misses 3 times. But, yeah. You're playing a Warlock PvP through Demon form with Soul. Should you use Arc Reflection? Yes. Dark Reflection is a meta perk for Warlock. Yes, you should always be using Dark Reflection. Yeah, just take my word for it. It's really, really strong. I promise. You will not be disappointed in having it. It's a lot of extra damage for free. Very good. I would always recommend using Dark Reflection personally. You know, that cloak is pretty bad. I might actually drop it. Has no relevant stats on it. Arc is PvE-BP, where Dark is PvPvE. Well, I guess I could see that. Well, according to that Twitch Beats guy, he seems to think that Arc Raiders Endgame is more about just PvP, rushing it, ignoring quests as well. So if that's the case, then Arc Raiders might actually have a similar issue that Dark and Darker has, if you want to look at it that way. And I'm kind of inclined to believe him, because I've heard similar things myself before, like from other people. So it kind of like all adds up. See the kit? Yeah, how about this? Let me get out of this game, because I'm like trying to head to the red portal before I run out of time. Let me do that real quick, and then I'll show you the kit. I didn't build this kit. I killed a sorcerer for it. Most of my kit is literally just what the sorc was running. So. Yeah, let me just get out of here first. If I die to a player, then I guess the kit sucked anyway. We'll blame the kit, not me. I think I went, like, kind of the wrong way. Yeah. I kind of went, like, a super long way. Well, I wasn't really trying to leave yet. Like when I went through there, I wasn't trying to leave. I was just kind of like running around, but I could have just went through this door and been done. They fixed sling bonus? Yeah, I'm still not going to use it though. I still don't think the sling is good. It still doesn't do enough for me personally. I usually just don't really bother. Kind of a waste of inventory space. Losing 80% of your player base for Ark doesn't really matter because their player base was massive. They were never going to hold 500,000 players. Like that was never going to happen, period. I don't really see that as a problem. I'm just telling you. I don't think the Ark Raiders hasn't failed because it lost 80% of its players, because they're still sitting at 80,000 players. It's like, that's a bunch of players, you know? Like I feel like that's plenty, you know? Vampirism, Shadow Touch, Demon Art, Ammo Addict should be... I'm sorry, can't talk. Vampirism, Shadow Touch, Demon Armor, Anti-Magic with BOC, and Blood Pact is your go-to for Warlock. Yeah, you could do that for Fire Colossus. Yeah, I think Warlock is by far the best class for farming fire, and I'll show my gear as soon as this game loads. I just touched my glasses. Oh my god, I'm dumb. You know, I thought about getting contacts, but the thought of putting that in my eye seems weird. I don't think I want to do that. Like, I'm kind of used to glasses at this point. I've been wearing them for, I don't know, 15 years? Something like that. I considered it. Yeah, so I'm running Halberd, which is probably best weapon in the game right now. So look, buckle boots, vigor, knowledge, leather leggings, strength vigor, rawhide, strength vigor, 2 rings, magic damage, armor, Watchman cloak, which is whatever, does have magic and armor, so it's fine. And then piece, necklace, damage, armor, and then Dryad mask with magic damage. So 35 PDR total. Kind of slow action speed, but you know, it's self-found, so use what you can get, right? Anything cool over the weekend? Oh, on Saturday, I played a board game called Terraforming Mars with my dad. And then with my siblings, we played Super Monkey Ball 2 on the Wii. Or on the... It's a GameCube game, but on the Wii that we set up. I'm too squishy and slow to run Halberd. Well, respectfully, I disagree with your opinion because I've been killing everybody I've seen so far today. So, I definitely do not agree with that. Halberd is the best weapon in the game. It's never bad to use it. It's also really easy to get too, because the gargoyles drop them, so in self-found you can basically always run at least a blue quality weapon. It's very, very easy. Update regarding... Alright guys, I'm just gonna ignore what you said. Keep going, anyway. Streaming dad is about handouts. Clearly you've never watched my streams. Last season, I literally gave away over 1 million gold worth of gear to my viewers that were around, like, towards the end of the season. Yeah, clearly you are not watching my content. You're watching other streamers. I do take stuff every once in a while, but, I give back way more than I take, so it all evens out in the end. I mean, just saying. Shit, other skelly. I'll just lock them out. talking about Peanut? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't watch Peanut, sorry. I don't have much input on that. Oh, you know, I probably should actually use my spells on... I kind of forget I'm Warlock, so I can actually flame walk shit to death, too. Kind of forget about that. I don't even actually have to, like, fight it. Kill shit for free. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Flame walk is just basically free. It's just like, you know... Although I can actually kill these. Oh. I can kill that thing, but I don't want to kill the other shit in there. I'll go back in a minute, maybe. Honestly, I don't really know how too well. This is kind of a new experience to me, to be honest. I haven't really been coming down here since the update because I don't really like the new like the walls look like clay. It's like really weird. Yeah, the update Iron Mace did for this map is like super strange. I like the old Inferno better. I haven't really played this new Inferno at all, well, or not a whole lot at least. Yeah, whenever people ask me what my input is for, like, the new season, I usually tell them the season's fine, but I think Hell looks bad. I would actually rather them revert it to the old Hell than keep this, like, weird clay, like, texture. So I like my streams on a Go player never do self stuff? Sus stuff? Like, what? I mean, I do take handouts. I mean, I do it every once in a while. But I usually give more. I give more back than I take, so I never feel bad for it. Oh shit. I just saw that blue pot, dude. Oh yeah, I usually don't use my skills like VOC and PvE because you never know when you might need it for a random player that just shows up. At least that's the reasoning. I know. Thank God I am a BOC Warlock. I don't even know what skin that is. I actually thought it was like a Warlock or something. I'd never seen that before. When I got hit with the Rupture, I was confused. I don't really know what that skin was. Kind of weird. Yeah, I thought it was some, like, weird-looking demon form shit. I had no idea that was a rogue. I was wondering. Hey, Brandon, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. You never have enough movement speed like me to dodge the mobs so easily? Dude, I get hit by mobs all the time. What are you talking about? Anybody who watches me does not watch me for my knowledge on killing mobs. For sure. Gives 2 strength, 1 will, -2 agility, -1 resourcefulness. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't realize that was a skin. Yeah, mobs usually grief me. I'm usually in 1v1 fights without mobs. I feel like I win more often than not, but Whenever you start adding in mobs that come and hit me in the middle of a fight, that's when it usually starts going bad. Yeah, that sounds about right. You waited for somebody to kill the new boss in HR, he got a Fulgor and lost the 1v1. Wait, you actually saw a guy get a Fulgor? Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Wait, I don't think any. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Let's back up here. What Dark and Darker streamer is getting sponsored by RMT sites? Is there any dad streamers that are actually taking RMT sponsors? I got emails for RMT websites before, and I just never responded. So. Yeah, are like, is that actually a thing? Are streamers really taking those RMT offers? That's insane. Verdami has a video of a Verdami has a video with an RMT promoted website. Is that real? Are you serious? Does he really? Are you? Is that real? Or are you just like saying that? That's. Is it actually an RMT site or is it something else? Yeah, that doesn't seem like something Red would do. Is that real? I guess we're not fighting him anytime soon. Hey, look, the mob griefing has commenced. It is real? Is it? Yeah, that's actually a good question. Is it an old Red video or is it a new one? Because you know what's interesting to me is that if Red is promoting RMT websites, he gets more views on his YouTube videos than I think almost any other DAG creator. So that means people just don't care about RMT if that's the case. I mean, I don't see how. I don't see what other way you could look at it. I really thought people would care more about that kind of thing. Like I never took the RMT shit because I was thinking like. But yeah, maybe people just don't care. Yeah, in my mind, I was thinking, well, I don't want to promote this RMT site because that would be like a very negative connotation on my channel. But I mean, yeah, if Red is sitting there as like one of the top creators taking an RMT website ad, then it almost sounds like, I don't know, should I even care? I mean, I do, but like, you know what I'm saying, I'm assuming. Interesting. You know what? If you have a link to that video, I would actually like to see it. I'm not going to show it on stream, but I would like to see it. If you could, like, send me a DM on, like, Twitch or something, I actually would like to see if that's actually true. Like, I believe you, but, like, that's just crazy to me that that's actually a thing. I really just didn't think Red promoted RMT, so. Well, I won't show it on, I probably won't show it on stream, to be honest, but someone took that portal I was gonna take. Oh, man, that's annoying. RNT promo doesn't hurt. I mean, you say that, but I feel like I kind of disagree. Promoting RMT actively hurts Dark and Darker as a whole. Also, Radami is a sponsored Dark and Darker creator. Like he's in the creator program, so apparently Iron Mace doesn't care about like promoting RMT either, which is interesting, to say the least. I mean, is there any other way to really look at it? I mean, I don't know. If I, as a creator, promote RMT, Iron Mace, the creator of Dark and Darker, you know, puts me as a creator for their game, doesn't that, like, I don't know, it kind of makes me feel like Iron Mace is kind of like, I don't know. Just seems wrong. Because I actively, like, hate RMT in games like this. I really, really am quite against it. If you show it on stream, you would also be promoting it? Well, I guess. That's kind of indirect. Well, I kind of need to see this. I kind of feel like I need to see, like, this proof first, because I haven't actually seen this video that we're talking about, so I don't have concrete proof that Red actually promoted the RMT. So when someone sends me a video link on Twitch to that video, then I guess I'll know it's true. But yeah, but I haven't actually seen, like, proof yet, so, you know, not that I think you're wrong. I mean, I feel like this is something that would not make sense to lie about. So I'm sure you're, like, being truthful here, unfortunately. I kind of like, hope you're wrong, but I know that you're not, so. I know that the odds of, like, it not being true are pretty low, because I don't see why you'd lie about it, you know? There's really no reason to. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Just kind of disappointing, I guess. Well, again, again, if you send me, you send me the link on, it's not going in Twitch chat, but yeah, if you send me the link in, like, a Twitch DM, so at the very least I can confirm that it's not like it's not, like, wrong, so. Well, I don't really want to post it in chat because I'm not really, if it really is RMT promotion, then I'm not going to promote it in my own stream. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't really, I like Red as a person, so I don't see what reason there would be personally of, like, I don't see any reason to, like, try to lie about, like, Red promoting RMT. That just seems like a wild thing to lie about. So. I have blocked whispers? It shouldn't be. Um, Bless, can you send it in the Discord? Yeah, I'm not calling you a liar. I think it's reasonable to ask for proof. It's, you know, to at least see it for myself. Yeah, I'm definitely, like, I'm not saying that you're lying, but it's, you know, asking for proof isn't, like, wrong, you know. You sent me a DM on Discord? I do not have a DM on Discord. Also, my Twitch DMs are open because I just got a DM from Umpak, so I know that they're definitely working. Yeah, I don't have a Discord message. Well, I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll keep an eye on the DM and then I'll confirm it or not. Is RMT against dad TOS? Yes. Yes, it is against TOS to spend real money on gold in this game and also sell it. All right. Hold up. I got a link. Let's see. So the video you sent me is not a RMT website. It's G2A, which is for like game codes. Yeah, G2A is not a gold selling site as far as I'm aware. It's a key site. So if that's your source of Red promoting G2A, that is not the same as a gold selling site. That is not the same. Yeah, G2A is not a Dark and Darker gold selling website. It is not to the extent that I thought you were saying. That's literally just a website that you can buy like cheap game keys. So, I mean, that's why I asked for proof, because I really didn't think Red would promote RMT. So, yeah, G2A is okay, so G2A is not a gold selling site if you're not aware. Yeah, G2A is like, it's a sketchy website, but I would not call it, it's not an RMT site or anything. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to like take your word for, you know, set in stone, because accusing Red of promoting RMT is a pretty big accusation. No, Red did not promote RMT. Well, no. Red was accused of promoting RMT, and the proof that was sent to me is literally just him promoting G2A, which is not in our RMT website, so it looks like that has been debunked, unless a different link is sent to me. G2G? Am I? My understanding is G2A is a website for buying game keys, right? Am I wrong? I mean, I don't know. I'm not like, I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand it, I guess. G2A has gold selling too? I don't know. I've heard of G2A before, but my understanding is it's just a place to buy like keys. So I'm confused. I'm very, very confused right now. I'm not like, we're not even in an accusatory state right now. I'm literally in a I don't understand. Because my understanding is G2A is a key selling website. So like I definitely would not, I don't look poorly at Red for promoting G2A, because as far as I know, it's just a site to sell game keys. So here's the thing, even if G2A has some kind of like shady like dad gold selling shit, G2A's primary advertisement is on buying and selling or buying like cheap game keys, so I don't really feel like that's the same. If you're talking about specifically promoting a gold selling RMT site, like in my mind, I'm thinking of a site that is dedicated to exclusively buying and selling dark and darker gold, not something like G2A. Like I feel like we're like there's like a line here of comparing those two is not exactly the same. Like a gold selling website would be the site itself selling gold. My understanding is any gold that would happen to be sold on. And also, I didn't even know this was a thing, by the way. So you're basically advertising it at this point, but I didn't mean for it to happen. But we've already opened the can of worms now, so it's too late. But if it's possible to do that on G2A, I was not aware that that was a thing. But I guess that would be like a peer-to-peer thing, like someone else just said, where I guess there's a way to do that there. But I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, if I got an email to advertise G2A, I would have thought nothing of it, and I would have just promoted it like as like a key selling website. And I wouldn't have even it wouldn't even cross my mind for it to be gold selling. I'm just being honest. Like I'm not saying G2A is a good site because it's sketchy as shit, but because I think there's like stolen keys there. So like the reason keys, my understanding is the reason keys are so cheap there is because some of them are stolen, and I can confirm that because I bought one thing off G2A like a decade ago, I think. Like one game. It was so long ago. I bought like something on I think it was something on my Switch. So maybe it was not 10 years ago. Was it? I don't remember. Well, whatever. I bought something on G2A, and I got a email basically saying that the game code that I had put into the Switch was stolen, and they took it off my account. So the legitimacy of G2A is questionable at best. But maybe there's valid sellers there too. I don't really know. This is, we're kind of going into a territory that I'm not aware of. So I can't really comment too much on it. But I mean, yeah, as far as accusing Red of promoting RMT, that, like, I would not consider G2A, like, I wouldn't consider that in the same realm, personally. I feel like that's, a different, like, line. I don't know. I would not consider that the same, because I would have never even considered that personally. That's a very big accusation for something that I feel like doesn't fit the, like, bill, you know? So. Happened to you with PUBG back in the day. You contacted a seller and he gave me a new one. Yeah, so basically what happened, it's funny, similar to me. So I think it was Luigi's Mansion 3, I think. I think it was Luigi's Mansion on the Switch. I bought it. Nintendo took it away from my account and actually blocked off my Switch. Like, literally, I couldn't use the Switch. I had to call Nintendo, and they said I couldn't get my Switch back unless I proved that I got it from a different seller, and I gave them that info, making sure I basically, I didn't, like, steal the game myself and then do it. So then I went to G2A, I contacted the seller and the website, I got a refund for the game, and I sent the Nintendo support the info, and then they unlocked my Switch. But I actually had already beaten Luigi's Mansion 3, so I beat the game, got a refund, and never bought it again. So, who's the sucker now, I guess? It's against TOS to sell golden items according to G2A's website. True? So if that is true, then yeah, I mean, then G2A is not endorsing it themselves. So because G2A doesn't actually sell anything themselves. I think it's all like peer-to-peer. So you think this hi Ryan. You think this conversation confirms that I'm a deep state RMD agent? Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, you got me, man. Yeah, you freaking got me. Just here to promote my RMT shenanigans. How'd you know? How'd you find that one out, buddy? Nintendo asked me to snitch. Yeah, Nintendo made me a snitch. Yeah, that's true. Basically. Hey, I mean, what was I gonna do? My Switch was bricked, dude. It was either I snitched or they bricked my system that I paid like hundreds of dollars for. I was like, well, I guess I have no choice. Also, I wanted my money back. Not my fault they stole the damn key. Yeah, I got that money back real quick. It was like within a day. So they knew they were in the wrong. They were probably just hoping they wasn't noticed. Was it blocked from the Nintendo store? No, like my Switch was bricked. Like I couldn't even load the Switch. It was blocked off entirely. Yeah, like I got a pop-up saying that Luigi's Mansion 3 was like taken off of my games, and then the Switch like would not work. I couldn't use it. And I had to contact Nintendo support. Yeah, that was the last time I ever bought anything off G2A. Oh shit. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Wow, what a stupid ranger player. Dude's just ignoring all, like this. Dude, this is such a good indicator of what the DAC community is like. That dude just ignored every mob in the game. He's probably Squire and he just W key PvPs. Like, bro doesn't even kill mobs. He just... This is like such a good example of like what this is Dark and Darker right here. The true endgame is what this guy's experiencing. Doesn't kill a single mob. He's literally just ignoring them. Yep. Get hits by 3 mobs still. Well, yeah, because it doesn't matter. Because he's Squire, so he has no risk. Guarantee you he's Squire. Told you. Yep, there you go. All Squire. Basically no loot as well. Yep. That's this like this is dark, like this is what, hate it or not, this is Dark and Darker. He is playing it the correct way, even though it's really stupid. But you know. I mean, I've already said that I'm against RMT, so I don't really know what more. I don't think there's anything else to add to this conversation, so I'm just going to drop it. All you need to know is that I don't support RMT. Should be pretty obvious, though, I would say. Can't be a war on adventure if you don't rush PvP sometimes. Yeah. Well, no, we had a conversation earlier, and it was talking about what the, like, kind of like what the end game goal was for Dark and Darker. And we had a whole conversation about basically the fact that I think the end game goal of Dark and Darker is actually just straight, like, PvP. I don't think the PvE at this point has kind of become more of a secondary in Dark and Darker, and I really feel like that's the case now. So, yeah, I was just kind of talking, like, more on that from earlier, you know. What's the build? Vampirism, Reflection, Soul Collector, and Anti-Magic is what we're running right now. Endgame of Dark and Darkness to achieve what you want. I mean, sure, but most players at endgame are just like PvPing. I feel like isn't that like really the goal? Like, what are you collecting gear for? It's, you know, it's for PvP, right? Like, ultimately everything you're doing is kind of leading into PvP. Heck, even the most popular game mode right now is Squire Royale, which is nothing but PvP. All roads seem to lead to PvP, from what I can tell. Every extraction, you know, maybe this is like a copium huff. Naquan Last Paradise, that game felt more like a refined PvE game that had PvP in it. I thought the PvE in Naquan was actually very fun. I don't know if anyone else kind of felt that way, but that kind of felt like an exception a little bit. I mean, that PvE was like kicking my ass. You disagree, you're a full-time rat? Well, sure, some people do that kind of play style. I'm more referencing like the majority of the player base. Especially with the popularity of Squire Royale, I feel like I'm pretty confident in that. Here's somebody. Maybe not. Must be tripping. If you want to kill people and not loot them, then Squire Royale's the best place to go. Because most people have Squire gear anyway. So you don't even have to worry about looting. Are we in Blue Abyss? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, we killed a Sork earlier, and this is, like, the entire kit is that Sorcerer's kit. He was running Blue Abyss, and now I'm the Blue Abyss runner. Dang, I was too late for the good loot. Oh. You know. Dark Reflection? Yeah, he died by hitting me. Fun gameplay, right? Yeah. That's Dark and Dark. That's Warlock for you. Most of your damage comes from someone else hitting you. So funny. He needed a survival mode main? He did. Yep, he needed to range me a lot more than he did. Or at least crossbow or something. Him running into melee range like that. Rapier is never going to beat Halberd anyway. Halberd is just a better weapon. Does more damage. By far. Not even in plate. I don't need to be in plate. I got 145 HP. 20. Well, I mentioned it earlier. There was a Reddit post that I saw. I don't know the legitimacy of it, but it was a guy that was claiming to be part of cheating Discord servers for Dark and Darker. And he said that the cheaters are having a harder time cheating in HR because of the new restrictions. So, take it for what you will, grain of salt, all that fun stuff. But apparently that is, you know, apparently that's the thing. I'm a caster barbarian. Yeah. That's honestly a good way to put it. You know, it's funny, I snowballed so fast. Warlock might be a really good class for self-found, honestly. I feel like all you need is a good halberd and, like, you're chilling. Caster Barbarian is pretty funny. You can check for members with new ping system. I did, I saw that on Reddit, too. Kind of a interesting little thing. Probably get nerfed though, but we'll see. A lot of rangers are missing shots. Yeah, could be coincidence, right? Could be a big old coincidence. You saw it on Reddit, so you gotta take it with a grain of salt. Well, no, it was a video of someone pinging a mimic, so I know that it works. Like, actually legitimate. Yeah, that's not a question. Like, I know that it works. Okay, well. Did you not get on that roaster? My cheese is being taken away from me. What the heck? Why can I not get on the roaster? This is real messed up. Wait, we to like fight this thing legit? No. What do I look like? Stuff. Alright, well. Go just leave the room. Nah, I don't want to fight all that. There's that player nearby. Well, I could flame walker it. I don't think you can flame walk a wraith, right? Because wraiths are floating. I don't think that works. Am I wrong? Can you flame walk a wraith? If you can, I'll go back in there. You can indeed flame walk a wraith. Oh, all right. Well, I learned something new today. Okay, I did not know that. Legitimately, I had no idea. Well, I just thought like I kind of just thought it made sense that you wouldn't be able to, you know. I mean, it's literally floating, so it makes no sense. Well, I know now. Yeah, I know now. Yeah, that's news to me. So, how much I play Warlock, I guess. Although, really, I don't even have to flame walk it. I can just kill it over here. Dark Reflection and Soul Collector. I mean, yeah, there's literally no other Warlock setup that would even be worth running right now. That is Warlock's identity right now. Like it or not, it's true. Demon Lock? Even Demon Warlock uses Soul Collector and Dark Reflection. That doesn't take away what I said. They still use those perks. Yeah, the Demon Transformation is a completely separate, like, thing. Demon form is still good, yes, but they still use Soul Collector and Dark Reflection. You know, it's you know, we're arguing like semantics here, I guess, or whatever. Like yeah, like Spellcast Warlock and Demon Warlock use. Oh my. Oh, that's annoying. Lost my reflection charts. Oh shit, now I gotta get them back. Damn it. I didn't even hear that mommy. Whatever. I'll just pull the file and then I'll go. File worth it in norms. I mean, not like, I guess. Like, you can get gold coin bags, which are nice. What's the motive right now versus Goblin Caves? Just something, just new scenery. I mean, I enjoy both crypts, ruins, and caves. It's Inferno that I don't like. Seems like you're the only one not using meta perks and spells for Warlock. Probably, yeah. Basically every Warlock that is like remotely sweaty is using Soul Collector and Dark Reflection. You kind of have to. I mean, it's too strong not to use it. Inferno's nicer now, but you dislike the color scheme. Well, that's the problem with Inferno. It's the color scheme. I don't like it. Inferno has to be bigger. Inferno needs to go back to the old look, or at least it needs to be less saturated, or however you want to call it. That's the only issue I have with Inferno right now. It plays fine, but the aesthetic sucks. I hate it. I don't like it. It hurts my eyes a little bit. I feel like it's hard to look at. I don't know what else to how else to say it. Like, surely there's better ways to make it than that. I'm telling you, it looks like Shadows of Chroma Tower, but if it was super watered down or something, I don't know. I don't know if any of you have seen that game, but you'll probably know what I'm talking about if you do. It doesn't feel like it fits Dark and Darker's aesthetic. I feel like they made it worse this season. I think Frozen Abyss looks way better than Inferno. I'm shocked that hit me. Thought it was far enough away. Oh. Thoughts on pre-game lobby? Pre-game lobby's fine, but not if you can inspect people's gear. Gear sniffing was terrible and had to go. But I don't mind if the pre-lobby comes back as long as you take away gear sniffing. Like, that would be perfectly fine with me. Yeah, outside of that, I thought I was perfectly fine. Oh, is yours an issue? Because the entire pre-lobby meta was go around and try to find the most geared person and then hunt them down for the entire match. It just made the PvP even more of a, primary focus. It made no sense. Anyone who was there around the time knows why it was an issue. Honestly, it made me not even want to, play the game. I like pre-lobby. That was fine. It was just the gear, checking. And what's weird is they even took away the gear checking on the, They took it away in the test server, and then they just removed the entire pre-lobby instead. It was weird, the way they did it. Made no sense. Dang, it's, my lobby's feeling kind of dead, isn't it? One person died, and, well, I guess 2 people died this game. No one did either of the gold piles either. Weird. Why do we have a test server? I don't know. Good question. So Iron Mace could sell higher price editions of their game and FOMO people into wanting to play the test server. That's probably the answer that you're looking for. The Iron Mace has said before that they don't care about the test server because no one plays it. They definitely mentioned something about low population, but the reality is that people aren't playing it because they don't update it. So, weird. That's why I bought the expensive edition of the game. Because I was under the impression that the test server was going to get updated frequently before every like major patch, and I didn't want to like, I wanted to be able to test that stuff out first. And then they just like kind of abandoned the entire, like, you know, they kind of just abandoned it, so. I don't know why they went that route, but. Like, for example, if I knew what I knew now about Iron Mace's test server, and I like, let's say Iron Mace right now had an option to purchase a version of the game to give you access to the test server, I would never buy it. There's no way I would buy it like now. I only bought it before because I was under the impression it would get, you know, treated better. I think that like sums it up pretty well. Let's do some caves. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do some Ashen Range, boys. My favorite map. The Ashen Range. Oh man, what a name. What a name that is. If you didn't see it, you'd have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, the Ashen Range? Yeah. The new hype for the season. $145 HP in this appearance is such a trap. What do you mean? Oh, are you saying that like I'm way more tanky slash healthy than it looks like I am? Well, also consider this is a normals kit too, which is almost even more insane to be honest. Yeah, this sorcerer had like again, like the sorcerer's kit was basically the same as this kit. He really threw. That sorc should have killed me. No idea how I managed to kill this guy, but yeah, I can see what you mean. I do look squishier than I am, for sure. I think I have 35 PDR too. 37 PDR, which is pretty decent, honestly. Life Drain? For Hydro Drain. Yeah, if I throw down Hydra plus Life Drain, I can heal myself whenever I want. Albeit it's a little bit slower than usual because I'm using a spellbook, but, you know, it's fine. Still works. I really wasn't a big fan of multi-classing. I don't understand. I always see people talk about multi-classing, but I feel like it was bad. I don't know. I feel like multi-classing like almost killed Dark and Darker. That's how I look at it, at least. Well, the thing is, multi-classing is like, it's at first it's experimental, and then everybody's running the same exact build, because multi-classing allows you to play, like, you know, one class with the same exact perks and skills from other classes, so you end up with a super crazy hard meta that is like really the reason that I didn't like it. Feels very imbalanced. And then they had like this slot machine mechanic where you had to like get lucky and get the right perks and skills. Oh my god, that shit was so dumb. Man, that was something, alright. Yeah, remember I played Rondel, Dagger, Smite, Fighter with Iron Will and Robust, I think, during multi-class. Definitely was not balanced or fair. I haven't killed Cyclops at all this way, but we'll kill it. The gear sucks, but it sucks even in High Roller, but kill it anyway. Pretty easy with Halberd. I think I'll actually probably die extremely fast. You're already on phase 1, phase 2, whatever. Yeah, at least Cave Troll can give you a troll pelt. Cyclops doesn't actually have any like really good drops. I guess maybe like a troll split or something, but that's about it. Okay, it is dead. And not a particularly hard boss. That's why you use Hydro Life Train, by the way. That's like that is the reason to run Hydro Drain. Very quick healing. Their boss elf? I don't think they did. Interested in Scars of Honor? I've never heard of that. Did that ranger leave? So the ranger failed the boss third party and then he just ran away? Is that, am I seeing this right? Real? Okay, wait. Did he open this? Wait, what the? Oh, he like went around. Well, you're dead. Okay. Do you like that flame walk play? I thought that was smart. He actually hurt himself trying to hit me with his bow. He fell for that super hard, too. He ran right into that flame walk and ate a bunch of damage. That's why he immediately ran to red pot. It was too late, though. He already took too much damage. Well, he hit me a few times, so I figured it would give me a chance to, like, heal and move on. It worked very well. It actually worked better than I thought it was going to. Hey, there's a mirror here too. Sick. Flame Walk is not a PvE skill. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, it is a PvE skill, but it's also a PvP skill. It's both. Wait. It's nothing like this, it's more like a WoW clone? Oh, yeah, I'm not too interested in that. I played a private World of Warcraft server for a few months, but it's getting shut down, so I don't really do too much with that anymore. I hop around private servers every once in a while. That's about it. Do that kind of in my, like, in the time when I don't feel like playing dad. Honestly, I probably wouldn't even do it. I probably wouldn't even play those servers if I had another extraction game to play. But I can only play dad so much because I've just played it so much. I would need like a new extraction to come out to soak up my time. Rip Turtle WoW? Yeah, you already know. You already know what server I was playing. What is the strongest squire besides fighter? Barbarian. I would say Barb, fighter, cleric, smite, divine protection. Even warlock can actually work in squire if you build correctly. Any of those four, I think, are fine. How many hours do I have on this game? Dark and Darker? I mean, like 4K. I have 3,700, but that doesn't count my hours on playtesting, and that was definitely a few hundred at least. Squire Rogue? I don't think Squire, like, Rogue gets really good with gear, but I don't think I would consider it good in, like, base. Like, I don't think Squire Rogue is particularly strong. But Geared Rogue is super scary to fight. So, something like that. Well, I mentioned it earlier. One of the reasons I'm so excited for Misfall is not just that I am hoping that the game is good. It's that the game is supposedly releasing on Game Pass, and Xbox Game Pass means that it's releasing on console, which means that it might have a big audience, because now the audience isn't just PC, it might also be console as well. So if Misfall is good, it could be like the first console game that is a melee extraction game, because there's no melee extractors on console as far as I'm aware, because that isn't there. So it would be pretty big if that ended up being the case. We'll have to wait and see though. Hey Essence, is Dad good again? I would say Dad has improved over the months. I would say so. Yes, they increased all gold coin containers. Perk with plate armor, not full plate. You want to build 35% PDR in the quickest clothing you can, and then go for Smite Divine Protection. That's what I like to do. Well, no. Dark and Darker is not on console. My point was that Dark and Darker is not on console, so Misfall Hunter releasing on console first before Dark and Darker could give that game like a pretty big edge, depending on how good the game is. It completely depends. You know if sneak attack counts as one single hit or 2 hits from one dagger? I am not sure, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. Didn't Iron Mace mention at the Q&A about maybe releasing on console? Because if it does, I don't imagine it would happen anytime soon. Because Dark and Darker has controller support, but I've heard it's really bad. So I don't imagine it would be ready anytime remotely soon. They mentioned it, but they said they have 0 experience there. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, so that just kind of really reconfirms what I'm saying. The fact that Dark and Darker is not going to be on console anytime soon could give Misfall a really big edge, but it's gonna depend. We'll have to just kind of wait and see. Full plate fighter any good? I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. It depends. There's not really a yes or no answer to that. I feel like plate fighter's fallen off quite a bit because there's so much armor pen in the game that plate doesn't matter as much anymore. I would say it's good, but I wouldn't call it meta. I mean, I can play plate fighter and kill people, but I don't think it's like this or anything. I think there's better classes and builds. Hybrid plate fighter is kind of where I'm leaning towards. Bring yourself to like 50 PDR, somewhere around that range, and then just make sure you have enough speed with adrenaline rush and sprint to chase people down. Something like that. Because if you sacrifice too much of your gear for just armor, people will just pen it anyway, and it won't matter. Yeah, well, Halberd is the new OP weapon, in my opinion. Quarterstaff got nerfed, which I think was unwarranted. Halberd, I don't know. I feel like Quarterstaff was not as much of a problem as people made it out to be. And now that Quarterstaff is nerfed, not a single person is going to use that weapon because it is trash compared to Halberd. So now we just use Halberd, you know, which is what it is. And Barbs will probably use like Bardiche or Warmaul because those will be better weapons too. So yeah, this is all solo talk, yeah. Solo weapon balance. Hey, C-Jack, thank you for the 8-month resub. That is a long time. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Cleric's entire identity is using Smite Divine Protection to stat check people in melee. Honestly, it's kind of silly. I wish Cleric got some more to their class. Hey, Barigo. We are doing some Warlock play today. I consider playing Wizard, but I don't know if I hate myself that much. I think Warlock is the better class right now. I mean, like, real talk. If I had to rate Warlock and Wizard side by side, Warlock is way better than Wizard for solos. Not even close. Basically, everything Wizard does, I feel like Warlock just does better. In solo, at least. I don't know about trios, but... maybe Wizard's better in trios. Very possible. Warlock doesn't have to sit there and campfire to get spells back. They can fight virtually forever, which is a huge part. Also, Warlocks have Halberd as well. Druid Wizard King. Well, that's fine, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help Wizards in solo, unfortunately. Not to mention, Wizards get hard countered by Warlocks in solo. If the Warlock's running anti-magic, it is very hard for the Wizard to win. Melee Sork got nerfed, so I kind of abandoned it. I've heard some people claim that it's still usable, but I haven't personally tried. I consider doing a tier list part of my stream, but I don't know if people want to actually watch that or not. Kind of do what we did last season and go like character by character, and I'll kind of give my own thoughts on what I think the meta currently is. I think it's similar to last season with a few small changes. You can kill Anti-Magic as Wiz, but you gotta burst him like crazy and have Fire Mastery. Yeah, but Fire Mastery is kind of trolling in solos because it only really helps against Warlock, basically. And then you have -1 perk that could be used for a different perk. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of deal. I don't know. I don't consider Wizard good in solos at the moment. You can make it work and kill people, but I don't think it's like a good... I would not consider it high tier at all. At highest, I would maybe put it like... I don't even know where I'd rate it, but it wouldn't be very high. I barely fight any Wizards. And the Wizards that I do fight, usually I just kill them, so... kind of hard to not, like, rate them low. Well, playing full caster Wizard in solos is also kind of insane, because if you walk into one Cutthroat Rogue, you lose for free, which is not fun gameplay. So, you know, at least, like, as a Warlock, if I get Landmine Rogued or whatever with Hide, I have a Halberd, so I can actually out-DPS them if I, like, swing on time. As a Wizard, like, you're dead. If you're full caster Wizard, you might as well just Alt F4 out of the game. No, but you'll be dead before you have time to Alt F4, so it won't matter. You'll be dead right away. Kind of a, you know, kind of just a matchup problem. I did die to one... did die to a rogue the other day. Figured. Holy shit, it's a wizard. Alright, well, let me show you... oh, never mind, there's two people. Alright, well... I was going to fight him, but... now there's two people here. I don't think I can actually hit through that. I kind of can't do anything with 2 people here. I can kill the wizard. I can kill the bard. I don't know if I can kill both of them at the same time. Maybe, but probably not a great idea. I'm such a... Oh my god. That poor bard. That bard is, that bard is definitely dead. For sure, right? Yeah. Wizard, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. Pretty sure his fireball hit me for like 5 damage as well, which is very sad to watch. He would have to burst me so fast to kill me, man. I don't even have like super high. Well, I don't have like 50 MDR, 54. That is pretty high. Yeah, honestly, I probably could have hit him with 1 curse and just W keyed him. Actually, that would have probably been the smarter play. But whatever. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if he tries to fireball hit me in melee, he'll fireball splash himself for more damage than I will be hit by. I'm pretty sure because of how good anti-magic is. But yeah, you're probably right. I should have hit him with 1 curse and just W keyed him. I mean, all that work he did, I think I lost half my health. And part of that was me hitting myself with the Hydra health loss and like some curses. He probably hit me for maybe 35% of my health total with just his own spells. So, kind of crazy when you think about that. Lock is insanely strong. I started at level 1 today and I have not died. So, very strong. Level 1, 0 gear, no help from any other... No, well, I guess I did get myself a halberd, but besides that, no other help from other classes. And I could have just farmed a halberd from a gargoyle. That's, like, not hard to do. Yeah, Warlock's actually very, very good right now. Yeah, honestly, I thought casters were kind of dead this season, but I take it back. Casters are... When I say casters... I don't include Warlock. Warlock is insanely good. Warlock actually might be one of the best classes right now in solos, based on what I've played today so far. Yeah, barbarians might be tough, but I've seen 0 barbarians today, which is crazy. Like, no barbs. Yeah, barb could actually be scary, but for some reason they don't exist. Oh my god, I would love to watch this Warlock die to the PvE. That would be so funny. This guy doesn't know the trick to hit the Goblin Mage himself and then make it buff him. He doesn't know. The sauce. Alright, he's never gonna die. He's not being aggressive enough. High HP plus Iron Will plus good skills is something fighters lacking in the lock duel. Well, any fighter that takes second wind is basically immediately losing to Warlock because it means they have -1 skill. Because BOC hard counters second wind. Barbarians definitely do, like, trust me, yeah, Barbarian can definitely kill me. I just haven't seen any yet today, for whatever reason. I don't know why. I'm shocked, because I think Barb is really good right now. Honestly, I would consider doing some Faustian bargain shenanigans, but I don't know if the lobbies are full enough for me to, like, do that. I don't know if you guys remember when I did Faustian bargain for the first time when it released the, like, previous season. But day one, like week one, there was probably 15 plus people in my Goblin Cave games, and I would have like a team of like 4 goblins with me, and we would all like rampage the lobby. Now it's like maybe 4 or 5 people total in the whole lobby, and there's almost never any Faustian bargain. It's like very occasional. I feel like the whole thing is, I don't know, I guess kind of died, or like kind of ran its course, so to speak. Can't you cast a barb down? No, because barbs have Iron Will, so you're not really gonna do that much damage to them, I think. You know, that's kind of true. I think, like for bows, survival bow damage is really low, and it really only works if you have like max additional fizz. In Squire, survival bow basically does nothing. Recurve bow is in like this super weird spot where I feel like recurve is super off meta because it doesn't do as much damage as longbow, but at the same time it doesn't shoot as fast as survival. So it's kind of like the jack of all trades bow, where it kind of does both things worse. Since survival bow wants a bunch of additional fizz, so then when you have it, survival bow like feels better. But then if you're going for a bunch of like action speed and strength, you don't want a recurve bow. You want a longbow. You know, of course, right? Of course you want a longbow because it does more damage and it's just better. So I feel like recurve is like in this weird spot where no one's really using it, and I kind of understand why. You think Bard is good in Squire? I think you're crazy. I don't think Bard is very good, personally. Don't get me wrong, the buffs that Bard get with their songs is decent, but ultimately you get more benefits with better skills and perks, which you can get from like a lot of other classes. Like Squire Fighter, Squire Barb, Squire Warlock, Squire Cleric, like, are just all better than Squire Bard. Undead Elf? I don't know. I wonder what my progress is on the drop here. Let me actually check real quick what the progress is. I'm checking. Looks like I have about 4 hours so far of drops. Yeah, I have a stream going in the background to farm my drops, so yeah, we got about 4 hours of that. Yeah, I might just end up leaving that on for the rest of the day. You know, I do wonder how many people on... I saw a very funny picture, and it was like dark and darker during like drops versus not drops. And I do have to wonder how many people in like Twitch viewership is people that like literally would never ever be on Twitch if not for the fact that drops exist, you know? I imagine it's gotta be pretty high. Which, it's not bad, like, don't get me wrong, I want Dark and Darker to have higher viewership on Twitch. I just wish that Dark and Darker viewership on Twitch would grow outside of just drops. Like, I wish when drops ended, dad viewership didn't drop to like 1,000 or lower, because I don't know. Just maybe that's just wishful thinking, I guess. Undead Elf is +1 will, -1 dex. No, that's terrible. Because casters want dexterity. Yeah, casters want action speed. That's literally terrible. That's so bad. I'm not even kidding. That's a terrible skin. Alright, well. Good to know, I guess. How do you avoid getting parried on Barb? Well, with what weapon? Every weapon is different for how you want to stop getting parried. Like to watch me play but not play yourself? Oh, that's okay, Mark. I'm glad you enjoy watching, at least. You know, I was kind of, I felt kind of, I don't know if feeling bad is the word, but when I played God, Death, and Reaper the other day, I was kind of hoping that I would enjoy the game a bit more. I don't know if I was, like, wrong for feeling this way, or if I was just being impatient, but it took so long to unlock PvP in God, Death, and Reapers that I feel like I couldn't even really, like, try the game out in full, and I feel like that took away a lot of the stream, and it got just kind of really boring, because I wanted to, like, see how the PvP was in that game, and I never got to, so I just kind of felt like quitting was the only real answer I had. But again, I don't know if I was just impatient, or... Oh, shit. I'm dead. Holy shit, I'm not dead. Oh my god, I'm not dead. I was talking. I didn't even know the cleric was down here. Holy shit. Oh my god. I was too busy yapping. That's supposed to be my hard counter. That is, like, actually my hard counter, and he just flubbed so bad. God, Death, and Reapers is that top-down extraction that I played the other day on stream, a couple days ago. was like 3 or 4 or whatever. If this guy had gear remotely better, I'm dead. Yeah. If you want to know how to kill Warlock, Cleric is actually your answer. Because anti-magic doesn't work against divine magic, which is what Smite is. And Clerics, like, will actually stat check you in melee. Yeah, honestly, worse than Barbs is Clerics. So. Yeah, him catching me off guard like that, he really should have killed me. I don't know how he didn't. Yeah, if he wasn't in Squire, I would have been dead for sure. What extraction am I looking forward to? Oh, it's Misfall Hunter, for sure. Oh yeah, also, Cleric has Perseverance, which hard counters Curse of Pain. They can out-heal it with a potion. Yeah, Misfall Hunter by far, after I heard that it's releasing on Game Pass as well. And console extraction could be really good for viewership. Like playership, I mean, like for like, you know, like for player count. Good for viewership too, hopefully, but, you know, hopefully good for having a lot of eyes on the game. So, excited for that. Hey Prince, stream's going good. Yeah, we just been playing some Warlock today. Very, very good. Better than I thought it was going to be. I know. If Misfall Hunter's a failure, I'm actually going to be pretty upset. I'm glad they delayed the game, since they didn't think it was ready, but I hope that the delay doesn't end up in a Midnight Walker delay, where they delay it and then it's still bad. You know what I mean? Hopefully not. Well, that's what we need. We need an extraction game that isn't Dark and Darker to not die. Dark and Darker has no competition, and it's been that way for a long time. There's no other game to play if you want to. If you like melee extraction games, there's no options. It's Dark and Darker, or you play nothing. So. That is so much damage. For blue gear. Very solid. Well, Midnight Walkers is dead. I showed the player stats earlier. They have 100 players right now, and they just released hard mode. And the update like barely touched their players. Seen the Midnight update from the devs? No, I didn't even know I actually thought the devs weren't. I didn't even know the game was getting updates anymore. I thought they gave up. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not realize we were actually still gonna get updates. I thought the devs were gonna pull the plug by now. So, no, I haven't seen anything. I mean, I guess props to them for not giving up, but at what point is it just wasted development time? I don't even know. Good luck to them, I guess. I mean, the combat is just Dark and Darker, but worse too. Nothing in that game really stands out at all. Even like the zombie combat, even like the zombie mobs are so boring too. Like Naquan does PvE so much better for zombies than Midnight Walkers does. It's so much better. Yeah, if you want to be hyped for a zombie extraction game for the PvE, I think Naquan is going to be the way to go. Now I just need Naquan to sponsor me. And then we'll be talking. The PvP combat in Naquan was pretty terrible, but the PvE was fun. I also, unfortunately, feel like it's too late for Midnight Walkers. Yeah, Naquan, Last Paradise, I feel like is going to be pretty casual friendly, which is part of why I think it might end up succeeding, because I don't know if you guys know this, but most gamers are casual, and that's why casual games do so well. like Arc Raiders is a great example of a super casual game that exploded. You think Arc Raiders would have exploded if it was like super hardcore gameplay? Like as hardcore as like Dark and Darker? I doubt it. It's really hard to believe that could be the case. Alright, first barbarian of the day, I guess. First barb of the day, I guess. Oh boy. Okay. He saw me take the power shrine and then W keyed me anyway. He said, power shrine? No problem. I'm a barb. He doesn't. Yeah. It is wild. Might be dead. I'm dead because of the elevator. No, I'm not even joking. The elevator blocked my weapon, and then I just like couldn't like disengage. That was actually so silly. Dude, the elevator, it blocked my BOC. It blocked my entire like first hit, so I couldn't actually do anything. Well, that was really stupid. Well, that's one way to lose our first fight, I guess. The attacking fast, that's not a big deal. Like, that's fine. We beat him if my first hit doesn't hit the elevator and stop my BOC. That was, like, really, really silly. I win that every time if it wasn't for that. Well, now we can try a new class. We went, what, like 3 hours deathless and died to a elevator cheese. So, there you go, I guess. Alright, well, what class do we want to play now? What are you thinking? No, that fight is a win for sure. If that first hit lands with BOC, that fight is a win. The fact that my BOC got blocked by the elevator and then it blocked like my follow-up hits completely screwed me and it was over. Yeah, it was too late. Bonk Wizard does not work in Self-Found because you need a good magic staff and they're impossible to find. I think I've seen 1 magic staff or maybe 2 in like 20 hours of gameplay. Bonk Wizard isn't really... You need Marketplace for Bonk, unfortunately. I don't think that's possible. I mean, I guess we could do Squire Bonk, but just know that it's like not going to be good. If you expect me to not die for 3 hours, it's not gonna happen. You need Marketplace gear for that. I refuse to go to the water map. I don't care how... That water map could literally drop artifacts, like, easily, and I still wouldn't want to play it. I'm gonna be real with you. I actively dislike water map. You would have to give me... You would have to give me, like, free artifacts in, like, chess for me to consider playing there. It would have to be something insane. There is no way I can tolerate that water PvP. Man. That elevator screwed me so bad, man. That sucks. What a shame. That was such a free win, too. Like, Fighter does not win that in a 1v1, not against BOC. Ah, it's so sad. I'm very upset. Workshops are not worth building or using at the moment, so I just avoid them. Yeah, I just ignore them. They're not really worth it. Well, I guess Cleric's not really a caster anymore, is it? This would be like cheating. This is my haven't died in, I don't even know. How long have I been running this kit for? Like 6+ hours? Something like that. No one's upset. I died because like the elevator landed on top of me and it like blocked my swing. So it was just like a really unlucky like timing for losing a fight. I'm telling you guys, I think Wizard is like C or D tier in solos right now. I do not think Wizard is worth playing. I'm gonna be honest, I think Wizard might be the worst solo class in the game right now. That might be a hot take, but I don't care. I think every other class is better than Wizard right now. No other class, like, I think is worse than Wizard in solos. It's great in trios, but it sucks ass in solos. I just don't think any other class is worse than Wizard. So it's like, do I really want to play it? Not really. By the way, Wizard than Bard? I think Bard is stronger than Wizard. Bard doesn't have to sit down in Campfire, and you can run Encore, so you don't have to play songs. So you can cheese out Bard to be more fun to play than Wizard, basically. Yeah, kind of like where I'm leaning towards, at least. Alright. I guess we'll just throw our head into a wall and play this class. I really, really dislike Wizard right now. I think it's... I cannot express to you how bad I think Wizard is. I think this class is absolute garbage in solos. But we'll play it anyway, I guess. But just know that it's not going to be good. Hopefully we get some kills. It's going to take a lot of effort. Luckily, we have the crocodile skin. This is like the only skin in the game that makes Squire Wizard like kind of playable, because it gives you 4 strength right off the rip. There's no other helmet in Squire that could do that. So crocodile skin like kind of sort of helps you, but it's not like quite, it's not really enough. But it's there. It's an option. Yeah, 4 strength is massive. It's the only reason I'm even gonna be doing damage, to be honest with you. You know what? I should probably run heavy boots for the other 2 strength. Be 15 total. At least I'm not losing damage, which is nice. Alright. Let's do it. Not gonna get any easier looking at it. Really not looking forward to this. No, the 35 damage for Fireball's not a buff, Koji. It's not a buff like you think it is. They it's just a coding change. Direct Fireball used to do 20 plus 15. I don't have Staff Mastery. I thought I took it. Yeah, it's not a buff. Fireball Direct used to do 20 plus 15 splash. Now it does 35 plus 0 splash. So it's the same math. Yeah, it's not a buff. Fun facts. Yeah, did I forget Staff Mastery? I thought I took it. I have it. I knew. I thought I took it. If I manage to kill people with Squire, that might be the second magic staff I've seen in 20 hours. It's a sign. It's a sign. You know how many mages I've killed and never saw a single staff? It is a shit ton. If that ain't a streamer loot, I don't know what is. You gonna play Naquan? Honestly, it's gonna depend on how good Misfall Hunter is. If Misfall releases and it ends up being like a top game, I might just stick on Misfall. It completely depends. All right, look, something is something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. This is not real. This is not how this is supposed to go. I promise you, that is insane. Like, is this real? I don't even know what to say. I mean, yeah, that's so ridiculous. Well, we still need levels. Remember, we're level 1 wizard. We're still at a big disadvantage here against everyone else. So, don't forget that. I know. Iron Mace is literally watching the chat. I think you're right. I think you're right indeed. I have no other explanation. Because I'm not kidding, I've barely seen any stabs the entire time I've been playing this season. Trust me, if I had, I'd be grabbing them. I know, I was gonna say, not like I'm gonna lose it to the first person I fight, right? I don't have Ice Shield, I don't have Reactive Shield either. So, you know I'm not gonna survive too long in melee. What? That bonked? Oh, GG. Okay, well, I hit him with 3 ice bolts, 3 staff hits. There you go. That is wizard life right there. 3 ice bolts, fireball splash, I think, and 3 staff hits, and we just get stat checked by Greg, your barbarian. There you go. That's why you don't play wizard. Because wizard sucks ass. You have to do infinite more work than every other class and you still lose. It doesn't matter what you do. Yeah. Guys, I don't think it's worth it, man. I don't think I'm gonna bother. It's just not gonna be fun playing this. There's just no point. I know. If only I didn't outplay the bar. If only I outplayed the bar more by hitting him with more than 3 spells before I engaged in melee. If only, right? If freaking only, right? Yeah, just kind of is what it is. You know what? Is it time for Druid? You know what? Time for Druid. Time to bring the whole zoo. The whole ass zoo, man. I think Druid's actually pretty good, by the way. Alright. Druid. The class everybody swears is bad, but is actually secretly really strong. And we'll prove it. How much PDR do we need for Druid? To be high in bear form? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. I think can't hit it in Squire, but with your bear skill, you can still hit cap, so it doesn't matter. You know what? Every druid uses spear. I might use the Morningstar. I'll be the only druid in the entire game using Morningstar. It's fine. That's fine with me. Alright, what spells am I gonna take? We are going to take Treant, Nature's Touch, Restore, and Bending Grove. And then somehow find one additional capacity on top of that. Probably. Yeah, we need one capacity. It's fine. Our agility's kind of low. We'll find gear, though. SSF will be over. If you go to trade, you can see the timer, which is 9 days from now. Yeah, I think Druid is way better than people give it credit for, man. I do. This class is very strong. I need to figure out what perk to take since there's multiple good perks. Probably just start with Thorncoat, because Thorncoat's probably the best perk. And then we'll, go from there. Dreamwalk is really insane right now, too, because they buffed the cooldown duration. Cool, like, that's like another must-take perk. Makes it really hard to kill a druid. Yeah, I'm really slow with this. We're going to need to find some agility gear while we're playing. It shouldn't be too hard, though. I need, like, I feel like my stats are, like, off. How do I fix this? How do I fix my stats? Let's go Padded Tunic instead. Go Adventure. Makes it like, at least my action speed's not super negative. Well, I don't have Riveted Gloves, because I need one extra knowledge. I need one, or one capacity. That's the only problem. I guess I could just not run Treant. And just not worry about it. Or, like, only grab Treant when I find gear for it. Because you're right, the Riveted Glove, or Rawhide Gloves really are not that good for me. Rivet is better. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. Yep, we'll just do that. Treant's good. Yeah, Treant's good, but, kind of hard to have everything in Squire, so. Yeah, once you get decent blue gear as a druid, it gets pretty disgusting. Yeah, but your strength doesn't matter at all if your other stats aren't good enough. Arguably, action speed is the same importance as strength is. You can't, like, magically just get a bunch of stats in Squire. That doesn't really work that way. So you need the proper gear. I can't just magically have Treant plus a bunch of strength and dexterity in Squire, so It's almost like I'm playing a cleric or something. Almost. The room takes a while to clear. I'm just gonna find a new room. No crystal ball because of the movement speed loss. I have a spell book, so fine. Yeah, well, there's only one way to play Druid, and that's bear form. There's no other Druid style that is as strong. You can do Panther, but bear is better. Oh, 5 capacity. Okay, well, I have Tria now. Warlock was great. Yeah, Warlock is really, really good right now. Man, imagine if Druid had Halberd too. Imagine that. That'd be nuts. I would take Halberd on like every class if I could. Wish they didn't got your Life Bloom Druid solo 7 times. Yeah, Life Bloom Druid actually used to be pretty good in solos. I remember that. They kept nerfing it though, so it's kind of ass now. You know what Druid needs? It needs some skills. Like actual real skills that aren't, you know, like, you know, fighter tier kind of skills, for example. Some skills that allow you to play outside of just like bear would be nice. Yeah, new passives could be nice as well. All of the above, really. We need a Druid rework. Similar to the other classes. There's your stat check. There you go, level 1 Druid. Worst class in the game, people tell me. Oh, it's a fighter that knows what he's doing in a way, because he actually has the whole med get up. Yeah, alrighty. How do you use spells as Druid? What do you mean? You just equip spells in a spell wheel. Same as any other class. Yeah, FYI, bear form during my skill gives me max PDR, like 65%. So I'm as tanky as like a smite DP cleric in a sense. Very, very good. I didn't even have Panther Dash. Yeah, he did put himself in a corner. That was a little silly for sure. I don't know about that play. That was pretty questionable. You're probably using the shape-shifting perk. That's my guess. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably using the perk that means that you can't cast spells. Actually, I really need that agility. I'm not at 15. Also, I'm not gonna be able to use that for long anyway. For norms. Yeah, that's pretty good. 3 vigor? That's actually green bis. Funny enough. If he kites with Expo, he'll never catch me. If he kites with crossbow, he's never killing me either. Yeah, I promise you, if you think that fighter is ever in a million years going to kill a druid by kiting, it's not gonna happen. I'll just run. Worst case, I'll go rat form and he will never, like, he's not, I promise you, he's not killing me. I promise. So then we'll just be in an infinite stalemate, so either way, it kind of is fine. Either he fights me and dies, or he doesn't fight me and I just, like, run away. So. Yeah, I'm not even gonna worry about purples. Yeah, if he tries to kite, I'll go Panther form as well, dash away a few times. You know, just kind of the whole shebang. Regardless, yeah, I mean, the fight's gonna turn out favorable. It should at least. Trying to stat check Bear as Slayer. Trying to stat check Bear form in melee is diabolical. Because you're fighting a max PDR class. Trying to fight 65 PDR melee is crazy by itself. What is it, like 200 HP, 65 PDR? Something like that. Very high. One of the scariest classes to fight is probably Warlock, just because he can Curse of Pain me. So I can't, like, rat form. But for melee, like, it's super good. Yeah, maybe you guys aren't realizing just how high my HP and stuff is. I'll show you my bear form stats next game so you can truly understand like how silly it really is. I feel like people are looking at my 130 health and going, "Oh, it's not that bad," but like you don't understand. I don't know if you get it. It's really, really strong. I don't really like playing Druid, but that's not because it's weak. Alright, so let me... I'll grab a campfire this game too, just to have it. In case. I got another perk. Nope, no new perk. Rip. Oh, oh, the... Now's the best time to play HR. Is it though? A bunch of the community can't even play HR because they're locked out because of the new updates, so HR, like, feels kind of dead. I don't know if it's really a good time to play it at all, really. I think normals is just the best way to play now. Normal's gear is too low, so RMT cheaters don't really like feel like it's worth their time, and the cheaters are having a harder time playing HR. But as a result, other people are having a hard time too. So normals and Squire to Riches are just more populated. This is what it is. Yeah, so look at my health. I have 130 HP. Okay. Bear form. I have 182 health. And then PDR with my Wild Fury is 65%. So in bear form, I effectively have 546 effective HP during my Wild Fury cooldown. That's my effective health pool because of how the math works. When you think of it that way, you realize how silly it is. it's crazy. It's like you're a full PDR fighter, but you know, you're a bear instead, I guess. And this is like Squire gear, by the way. This is like, you know, some greens and blues, mostly nothing. This is in like starter gear. But yeah, with so many people not playing HR because of the whole secure boot thing, it seems like normals is just the better way to play at this point. Test Bonk Wizard? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Did I hop from 65 to 37? Yes, you saw that right, which makes no sense. Because Bear Form is supposed to gain 20% PDR with the skill, but I actually gained 30% PDR. Yes, you saw that right. Yeah, it's probably broken too. Yeah. Yeah, 37, 65. Yeah, so I'm actually gaining 30% PDR with this. Yeah, you wonder why Squire Druids are so hard to kill sometimes. It's because, like, they're basically cheating. Because their skill is broken. Yeah, you can basically hit 65 almost no matter what your gear is. Real talk, yeah, you should never really be meleeing a Bear Druid, period. Bear Druid is the strongest melee class in the game, and that is the truth. It's stronger than Barb, it's stronger than Fight, it's stronger than everything in melee. Like, it's really... And every time you hit me, you're also taking 5 damage, so... You know, that too. That little fun tidbit. You gotta hit me at range. Cooldown? I think it's like 20 seconds or so. It's like half of Divine Protection, so it's better than Cleric skill. How do you handle casters, rangers? Pretty sure the way you do it is just by using Panther form. Because Panther form has a built-in silence as well. You can run up and silence them and then just keep hitting them. Yeah, you turn Panther, lunge, and then right-click, and then they're silenced. So... You can use that to do a lot of damage. Oh, that's also true, yeah. Wild Fury gives you MDR too. So it's actually good against like clerics and stuff as well. Yeah, imagine if Divine Protection was a 20-second cooldown. It's almost the same difference. Especially with how easy it is for druids to kite away from you as well. But yeah, I think normals is just kind of like the new way to play this season with the changes that happened. Normals or Squire to Riches, take your pick. Which admittedly will probably get boring after a while, but I don't really know. Like when I tried to play HR the other day, my whole lobby, it was me and 4 rogues. It was like the least fun it was like last season on fun, so I just gave up. So, yeah, normals or Squire, take your pick. I don't know if you guys have ever played a high roller game with 4 rogues, but it is not fun. And one was following me the entire game. He wouldn't PvP me, he just followed me. Waited for me to go and fight other people. So. Yep. Oh. Yeah, I'm dead. I just didn't expect the landmine rogue. Alright. I mean, it just kind of is what it is. I just didn't expect, like, I just didn't expect to get landmine there. Whatever. Anyway. Yeah, I just wasn't expecting landmine rogue to be sitting there, so. I mean, there's only so much credit I'm gonna give a rogue that's playing invis, like landmine cheese, so. I mean, it doesn't really take a lot of skill to sit there invisible, so. I missed the perk. Oh, did I? That's fine. You know what? If I had Dreamwalk there, I probably could have saved it, because he wouldn't have hit me nearly as much. That's actually the perk I'm missing. I might just leave and reset. I can defend against landmine if I have Dreamwalk. Yeah, I'll just leave and reset. But yeah, I'm not gonna give an invisible rogue like much credit. Just a very cheesy way to play. It kind of is what it is. Yeah. I'll just eat the med, whatever. Dreamwalk bad? Dreamwalk is never bad. The cooldown is really short. Saves you from landmine rogues. Your only defense against getting landmined. Oh, sick. Clear some PvE? I mean, yeah, but I'll just clear it as I go. No, they don't. No, that's not true anymore. You can transform right on top of someone. They fixed it. Bear form almost never gets blocked on transformation. You must be thinking of like a year ago or something. They fixed that a long time ago. If you're on top of a druid and you transform, like you're pretty much always transforming. It's nothing like it used to be. Do I have guides for rogue? My last video was a guide. Oh, healing and bear form lowers the spell effects. I thought it scaled cumulatively. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, like look, I'll be right next to this pillar, and I still transform. Like they fixed this a long time ago. It used to not work a lot, but that's you know, that's a very old like bug issue. That isn't like a real issue anymore. Yeah, you're like Gary, I'm telling you, they fixed that probably over 6 months ago. It might have even been longer. You're thinking of like very old patch Druid. It used to be right though. Yes, you used to be able to get on top of Druid and stop their transformation, but yeah, that's just not the same. It's different. But strong, fighter, barb, cleric, warlock, rogue. You know, I feel like we got baited, by the way. Iron Mace made it sound like they were gonna remove rogue invisibility because of the new skill coming out, and they just didn't do it. I was under the impression from what Iron Mace had said that we were removing invisibility for the season, and they just didn't do that. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. Thought we were finally gonna be rid of this invis cheese, you know, shit, but I guess not. I was very hopeful. Chicken Panther jump is gone because of the instant transformation being gone. But he just wasted... He wasted that? He wasted his second wind already? Well, that's a freaking misplay, buddy. Oh, it's a parry, Andy. It's one of those. One of those. Hold right click forever. Although I don't blame him. No other counter to this. By the way, look how fast I full heal. I was like almost one shot, and I'm now at full HP. Druid has one of the fastest resets in the entire game. Unironically. And we're full HP. Alright. There you go. We're full health. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. No problem. Why not right click? Because right click requires a lot of action speed and we're in Squire. Treant? I don't even have Treant. Alright, well, I didn't think... I thought I just wanted to kill the fighter. That's fine. Yeah, I was actually hoping I was hoping the sorcerer would hit the fighter and then I would kill the sorcerer. I should have just killed the sorcerer when I had the chance. Sorcerer is a free kill when you get on top of him with silence too. I should have just did it right at the start. Oh, I don't blame him for targeting me. I would target the Druid too. Yeah, I don't have the stats to run Treant. Unfortunately. Not possible. You need gear for the capacity. I mean, if there was a marketplace, I would just buy like some capacity gear, but that's not possible, so. Oh, what a good spawn. The only place worth looting on Ruins. We spawned here, so. Well, this and the Rusty Key room. Kind of wish they added some more loot spots, kind of like this cemetery. Funny, this is like it's like the hot zone for PvP because the loot is so much better than everywhere else. Spawning here is honestly almost like unfair. It's like you're spawning in the hot zone, so you just get all the loot. Kind of broken. I'm not even sure if you should be able to spawn in the spot. And you get like an exit right there too, next to the best loot zone. Crazy. Couple other coffins worth hitting. Does it have the same loot density that this place does? Because I'm not aware. I mean, nothing, like, no other place has as much loot as this room has, I feel like. I mean, you can come here and get full inventory. Pretty easily, too. Honestly. By the way, that's why you need, yeah, that's why you have to use Dreamwalk. You don't have a choice. Dreamwalk is, like, literally the only way that you can actually play, Druid. Stops the landmine rogue bullshittery. But you know what's funny? If I'm in bear form, he can literally never kill me. I just do more damage. And then he shuts the door. Or he does. I mean, it doesn't really matter, shuts it or not. Oh, it's actually pretty good. Wow. Wait, maybe he can kill me. Yeah, actually, he does kill me. Look at that. Actually, that was a pretty good play. Honestly, I didn't hear him. Maybe he had creep. I should have checked his perks. I didn't actually hear him come through the door, so it caught me off guard. I did not hear him at all. See, that rogue actually played well. Surprisingly. Oh, he died, by the way. Yeah, that rogue died instantly. Yeah, he got third-partied. Oh, it was Shadow Skill. I was wondering what happened there. Yeah, it was Shadow Skill, yeah. Yeah, that guy died anyway. I would have died as well. It didn't actually matter. Alright, just gonna run through this. Oh my god. I actually forgot that Dreamwalk stops that. Oh wait, I can just use bear form. Right. Yeah. There you go. Do I actually have? I might have to kill this shit. I wasn't going to, but yeah, with like Dreamwalk's actually trolling me, I can't get through the doors for free. It's really annoying. Alright, I guess we'll kill. I guess we'll just kill this thing. I tried. The Dreamwalk is actually like griefing me. I can't like shut them behind doors, so. No, I know it's easy, I just didn't want to fight it. I was trying to get the cemetery quick before someone else got here, because like this place is usually speed ran to. Point A right here. Yeah, you have to get here like right away. You can't waste time looting. So. Or killing shit. You gotta like you have to come straight here. So. Maybe I got here a little too fast, because then the barb came to third-party me, but... Does your weapon use matter and shape form? No, it literally does not matter. Foundation stream title? No, Druid's a caster. Look, I'm casting spells. Yeah, we are actively playing a caster. Nope. It's on point. I swear. It counts. What's my stream title? Is it Warlock or Caster? Oh, it is Warlock. Actually, crazy moves. I thought my title was Caster, not Warlock. Yeah, I actually forgot what my stream title was. That would be why I was confused. Yeah, I thought yeah, I thought I was playing or I thought my title was just casters in general. All right, you're right. It is kind of off. You're right. If the equip Morningstar gave you armor in bear form, Zell, do you know if that's a thing or not? Because Iron Mace's coding is, like, stringy enough that I could totally see that being a thing. I could totally see that. Get bored of Warlock? Well, no, I mean, I played it for 3.5 hours, so I just, you know... Time for a break, you know? I also died to some bullshittery. I died because the elevator in Goblin Caves was coming down at the same exact time as someone pushing me, and my weapon hit the elevator, and, like, I clipped inside of it, and then I just, like, couldn't recover. And I got kind of mad and decided to play something else. I'm not a fan of Druid. I'm just playing it because I was just... Figured I haven't played it yet in the season. Well, I was going to play Wizard, and then I realized that I really don't want to play Wizard, so... You're just beaming around. It's quoted as old demon form. Alright, that's fair. I mean, I know it's... I know it, like, that would, like, probably not ever work, but... It's kind of funny to think about, though. If that did work, it'd be pretty funny. But you're right, it would be very unlikely. No, honestly, Squire Druid isn't even really the problem. Druid doesn't really become OP until you start scaling a ton of strength and action speed. Have you ever tried to fight a bear form that's running 40 strength and then they're running, like, I don't know, like 30 plus dexterity? That shit is hard to fight in melee form. It's really hard because the swings are so fast, and it feels like you can barely get away from them because it almost, like, chain combos you. I feel like it's really hard to fight. Druid Dwarf, do you benefit from the stats? You can rat without opening Hellgates? Can you? Maybe. I'm not really sure. Think Druid needs a complete rework? Unpopular opinion, perhaps, but I think more people will agree with me than I think. I think Dark and Darker would have been a better game if Druid never made its way into the game. If you just remove Druid entirely from the game, period, I think the game is actually better. Or it would have been better when it released. Think about how long it took for us to get rid of, like, instant transformation. I think Dab would have been a better game overall if you just never added this class to the game. I just don't think it belongs in Dark and Darker. Not in the way Iron Mace envisioned it. I mean, it ruined the game for years, man. Years. We were waiting, you know. Well, yeah, well, the point of what I'm saying is that Druid instant transformation was in the game for so long that I honestly kind of wish we had just never added the class at all. Honestly, that's fair. If you, like, in current iteration Druid, if you just remove rat form, it's probably not that egregious, but getting a Druid low and then watching them go rat form and run away and you, like, can't catch them definitely gets very frustrating. So I can kind of understand that. Yeah, I could agree with that. Oh, I wanted to ask, you fellas, how many of you are interested in doing a tier list for solos? Because some of you have been asking me to do a tier list for the season, but I don't know how many of you like really want me. Like, I don't know. I just don't know if it's like a waste of time or not. I would probably need like I would probably need like quite a few people to say that they're interested before I consider doing it, because it would take a while. So, normal or HR. It would probably just be solo general tier list. I don't think it would be solo or HR, because I think solo and HR balance is relatively close. Because if you're in full blue good gear, you can basically make anything work. That can work in HR. What was the last game that I tried, hoping it would take over, playing Dark and Darker, but flopped? Probably Midnight Walkers. Yeah, my guess is Midnight Walkers. I put Bard at S tier. That was deserved. Do you not remember how strong Jolly Time is? Jolly Time was broken. There's a reason it got nerfed. Bard is not S tier anymore, but it was during the Jolly Time era. Watching a Bard run full speed away from you, full healing themselves better than a Cleric was kind of silly. I don't regret putting Bard at S tier during the last one, to be honest with you. I really don't regret. I don't think I regret that at all. Forgot about that perk. Yeah. Jolly Time single-handedly was carrying Bard in solos, and when it got nerfed, the class kind of just dissipated from, like, relevancy for meta. It's funny how important it truly was, but yeah, it was very, very quick to just kind of, like, die off. I'm gonna do a little bit of Cleric. Here, maybe we'll edit the stream title really quick. Because I know it still says Warlock, right? Yeah, it does. Let's see. I'll edit it to Cleric. And yeah, I might do, you know what? How about we do this? How about we meet in the middle? So the people that want to watch gameplay aren't just kind of like thrown to the side. How about we play Dark and Darker until the point where I kind of feel like I'm done playing, and then we'll do a tier list, because there won't be any more gameplay anyway. What do you think? That seem agreeable? So maybe we'll do like another like hour or so of PvP, and then at that point it'll be like, okay, like stream's like kind of over. We'll do a tier list before we're done. I feel like that's like good. As long as that jives with everybody, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I played Slay the Spire 2. I have not played Slay the Spire 2. I played Slay the Spire I played the first one though. If that counts. If that means anything to you. Thumbs up. Sounds good. Yeah, so maybe somewhere around like 6 to 6:30. Because right now it's 5:20. So somewhere around there, we'll start our tier list. It's by far the weakest. You think, wait, I'm sorry. You think Bard is the weakest class without Jolly Time in solo? I don't agree. I think Wizard's weaker than Bard in solos. I genuinely think Bard is easier to kill other players than a Wizard is in solos now. I think they're both bottom tier, but I don't think it's worse. You know, there's no merit to playing Spell Cleric, right? I feel like every time a new season comes, I tell myself I'm gonna try to make Spell Cleric work, and I feel like it never works. Or never works. Okay, it usually doesn't work. It's basically just playing like Smite DP Cleric, but worse, I feel like. You think it's weakest? I don't know, man. Drum throwing with 50% damage is pretty strong. Also, superior dexterity is good too. And Bard doesn't have to campfire, which is very nice. Best solo class? I actually think there's a lot of good solo classes. I'm gonna hold off on answering that question though, because we're gonna be doing a tier list sometime in the next hour, and that'll be the like kind of the wind down of the stream. So we'll talk about best classes when we get to that point. I feel relatively confident with where I think classes are ranked at the moment, but some of it might be a little bit fuzzy. Sword can eat you up. Sorcerer hard counters Bard. I know, because I tried to fight one the other day. It was miserable. Not fun at all. Although Bard might be able to kill Sork and not get hard countered if you're running the variant where you're running Dissonance and you're running the loot for damage, maybe. But that's a little bit memey. Yeah, the loot bonking is like, it's not, I don't know how to rate it, to be honest. Well, Bard is very skill dependent, I will agree with you. But I think that has always kind of been the case. Yeah, tier list will be after a while, sometime around like 6 to 6:30, because that'll kind of be like the point where I'm okay like winding down the stream a little bit, and I'm sure the tier list will take a little while. So yeah, we'll do that like towards the end. I just after I do the tier list, like I'm not going to. Oh my god, I was not paying attention. Thank god I'm playing Cleric. What was I saying? Yeah, the tier list will take a little while, so. I got, like, super freaking sidetracked. Yeah, Cleric hard counters that guy. That's, like, not even a real fight. Wipe's going good, Slimy. I've been enjoying myself playing a little bit of mixture of normals and Squire to Riches. Did some HR, but HR doesn't really seem very fun this wipe, so I don't really know how much I'm gonna play it or not. I didn't even hear him. He just like appeared. I don't really know. I guess I was too busy yapping. Nobody's running his Bard and playing and spamming drums. Well. Actually, I play Bard and spam drums, but it's probably just me. So, yeah. Crazy pools. I got a gold coin bag the other day. It's probably the best one I've gotten so far. Well, the Wormhole is not getting used. It's gray. You don't. I'm not using a Great Warmaul over a Blue Morningstar. Also, the Warmaul is basically only for Bear Druid. I don't really know if I'd use it for anything else. Because Smite scales with how fast your weapon swings, and Morningstar is faster than Warmaul. You pulled a Kuma Claw? Oh shit, that's pretty good. Lucky you. Well, the reason I don't like doing tier lists sometimes is I feel like it just creates people arguing over telling me that I'm stupid for rating their favorite class too high or too low. Because it's literally it's impossible. There is no way I can ever make a list that everybody agrees with. It just would not be possible. There's no way. So, you know. With that said, you know, we'll still do one. Just know that it's impossible to please everybody. Yeah, arming sword heater shields is a little bit questionable. I can get down with that. I actually think arming sword is one of my least favorite fighter weapons nowadays. Module for training dummy. This one. For Lantern over Buckler, because Lantern has more movement speed than Buckler does, and usually I have to chase people down, so having a Buckler hurts me. That's the simple answer. If Buckler had 0 movement speed penalty, I would probably use it. No, I would use it if it had 0, but it doesn't, so doesn't really matter. One-handers are weak. You don't think the Morningstar is weak, do you? Because I think Morningstar Fighter and Cleric are both very strong. Honestly, I would actually argue that the Morningstar is the best one-hander in the game. The Morningstar is good for normal speed cleric as well. I mean, you clearly see, like, this build I'm running is not, like, weak by any means. Warhammer is okay, but I think Morningstar is better. Last time you played Club was Biss. Oh, Stingray. How the mighty have fallen. Let me tell you what. That club is not only bad, it is probably unusable. It just got another nerf after seeing no play last season. So now it's just incomplete, like, garbage tier. It's just, yeah, it's completely worthless. Yeah, I don't know why, but Iron Mace really hates the club, so. Like, it was already bad. Now it's just not usable. They would have to buff the club over what it was last season for it to see any play. Honestly, one-handers in general, it's true, just aren't, like, necessarily strong. Two-handers just outshine them. They do more damage. And it's all about damage in this game anyway. This horde is a lot of pulls, yeah. It's, I don't know. I think it might be close to 10. It's a lot. Yeah, they nerfed 5% armor pen and gave it 1 extra damage, which is a nerf. Yeah, I like, 1 damage does not make up for 5% armor pen. It's not even close. Oh, it's finally gone. Yep. Oh, he brought some copper for me. That was nice. That was nice of him. I don't really know what we can do to make the weapon balance better. You know why the Morningstar is so good, by the way? It's because of this 15% armor pen it has. No joke. If you nerf Morningstar down to, say, 5% armor pen, I probably never use it again. Just straight up, I would probably just stop using it. It would just be garbage. Okay. Alrighty then. That was interesting. Sure. Did I think Shield Mastery nerf was deserved? Longsword is way better than the Dark and Darker immunity gives it credit for. People will say Longsword is weak when it's still, in fact, like a very usable weapon. Like it requires like some skill / work to use it, but I've seen so many people like say the longsword is weak even in times where the longsword felt like it was really still strong. So, you know, I just kind of make my own opinions at this point, because I'm convinced that most of the community will just say that their class is weak, or I'm sorry, well they'll like victim blame their class. Like I've seen like longsword only players come in chat and tell me that they think longsword is weak and they only play longsword, and I'm like, okay, so like you only play this one thing but it's actually weak, and I just doesn't really make sense to me. Same with like rogue players too. The people like rogues will say their class is weak, but like they only play rogue. I'm like, okay, well how weak can it really be if you're only playing that class? You know, I don't know. Just a thought. I mean, I'm a pretty variety player. I play basically everything. At least everything that I enjoy playing. So, not like I sit here and only play like Cleric or Warlock or Sork or whatever. Although Sork's a pretty rare one. I only played Sork because of that melee buff. Well, I never claimed that Longsword's broken. I never said that at all. But I do think that Longsword is better than people give it credit for. I don't think Longsword is bad. I think you're not giving credit to how stupid the parry mechanic is. The fact that you can... So, like, Longsword allows you to hold it forever, and if you clip any of the longsword, they get the parry, even if you get hit yourself. So, like, other games, when I think of a parry, I'm thinking of, like, a quick time event where, like, maybe you pull up your sword, and then you have to parry in a certain window, and if you don't get the parry. In this game, you hold it forever, but, like, again, if I hit your body, you can still get a parry, which, like, feels really strange. And, like, so, okay, I hit your body, you take a little bit of damage, but then, like, I clip your sword, and now you, like, almost one-shot me. Because, I don't know, I feel like the way Longsword is coded, it's hard to not, like, be strong, you know? So I look at it, at least. Yeah, if Longsword was a weapon that did not parry the way that it does, like if I hit a fighter in the head, or like in like the whatever, if I hit their body and it didn't like clip through the body and still hit their sword, I feel like it would not be the same. But that's just kind of how it is. Well, also, yeah, longsword has -30 speed, right? It's very fast for a two-hander. I mean, Warmaul, for example, is -50. And while I do think the Warmaul is really, really strong, I mean, it still has to be mentioned that, like, longsword's movement speed penalty really is not, like, very harsh at all, I would say. Do I believe Caster Cleric's very strong? Oh, Pocket Sands. Does Caster Cleric give me max PDR and damage on every swing on my weapon that I do? Well, I guess it actually does give damage because it has Divine Strike, but it's not as good. So, you know. You know, I considered running Caster Cleric with Divine Protection, but I can't imagine that that would actually be good. But I've never really tried it. But part of like what makes Divine Protection so good is that Smite also keeps them in place so they can't like run. So without Smite, like you're losing a ton of damage and you don't get the slow with Faithfulness, so I don't really know if that's even usable. I don't know. You did that and it kind of worked in trios? Yeah, but trio cleric is not the same as solo cleric. Because in trios, you have teammates that can help, like, kind of alleviate and give you time to heal. Whereas in solo, like, if you have a guy on top of you, you're not healing. I don't know. That is an interesting thought. DP spell cleric. How I've never tried it before, but it feels like it isn't. It doesn't feel like that would be good. Because I think spells are worse than Smite. Like Smite, I think is better than almost every spell cleric has. Even combined, it might be better. It's just it's that strong. Like 10 damage per swing. That's a lot of damage. And it slows. It's just, I don't know. It's really hard to imagine not using it. Yeah, if you know what, that's another fair point. Divine Protection's cooldown is so long. Like that definitely hurts it a bit. This? Oh, I do win it. Okay. Morningstar's 15% base armor pen means that druids, even at PDR cap, are only at like 55%? 58%? Which is a lot less egregious, so it's not as bad. I think I outspaced them pretty well too. You have a sling. Warmaul cries. Yeah, but it's a gray Warmaul, so I don't really feel like it's worth using. You need Faithfulness to get the slow one smite. I mean, yeah, but there's no other perk I really need to take. Like this perk setup is fine as it is. There's like some like secondary picks that'd be nice, like the +2 all, whatever, but this is really like perfectly good and strong. I have no like issue with it. Luckily, I out-heal Warlock Curse of Pain because Perseverance hard counters it. So, that curse he just did does nothing. He doesn't know that, but it does. Oh. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, too bad one red pot out-heals Curse of Pain with Perseverance. Poor Warlock, man. I hate fighting clerics as a Warlock. It is so unfun. It feels like you just get hard countered. Judgment Cleric. Judgment Smite Cleric is playable, but I don't think it's meta compared to Smite DP. Like, Smite DP Cleric should always be beating Judgment Cleric. It just gives you more stats. Honestly, I would like to see Cleric brought away from this playstyle, but if all they do is nerf DP Smite Cleric, then Cleric, the other playstyles don't become better. It just ends up being like, you just don't play Cleric, you know? It's like, okay, I'll just play any other class that is just better. Because there's plenty of classes that are good, like right now. Oh. Actually, messed up. Oh. Alright, well, we're not killing Cyclops anymore. Why don't people just wait until the boss is dead to, like, do this? Makes no sense. If you just waited till the boss was dead, like, then we get the loot and everyone wins. Like, okay, there you go. You could just wait till the boss is dead and then we can fight, but he didn't want to do that. So it's pretty disingenuous to watch that fight and then claim the longsword was the problem there. That tells me you don't understand like what Cleric is actually doing here. That is not a longsword weak issue. That is a Divine Protection max PDR is insanely strong issue. Give him any weapon in the game and he still loses that. Cleric hard counters fighters. Let's not, like, pretend like the longsword is the reason he died there. Has nothing to do with that weapon. Any weapon would have done nothing. It's Smite DP. You don't fight Clerics during Smite DP because you lose. That's just how it is. Do you think I like praise this Cleric build because like there's a reason I praise this build. It's because it's like it's one of the best builds in the game. It hard counters like everything in melee like to an extent. Oh shit, oops. I promise you, you could give that fighter any weapon you want and he still loses that fight. Promise. With DP, you can face tank a parry. No, with DP, you can face tank everything. I don't think people, like, I don't think some of you understand how stats exactly work in this game. I need you to, like, understand Divine Protection brings you to PDR cap, like the absolute cap you can be. So trying to fight through Divine Protection and Smite, like, you are going to lose. It doesn't matter what you use in melee, you're going to die. It just is what it is, you know? So any weapon, you can give that fighter any weapon you want, and it's not gonna make a lick of difference because it is what it is. That's just how strong DP is. That's why I run Divine Protection Smite, because it's really hard not to use it. It feels like a required, like, setup. Which is why, like, I don't run Judgment, you know, pretty much. Just is what it is. Yeah, yeah, technically, if he had up a V secondary, he could hold it out and he could wait out my skills and then I would not be able to kill him. But if he does that, then he doesn't have a crossbow, in which case he has no range and he dies to any range class in the game, so. There's a little bit of downside to that as well, I would say. Not all pros. I didn't loot correctly, but I gotta go, like, really soon. Yeah, we gotta go. Yeah, I'm always surprised whenever I tell people that Smite DP is the best cleric build, that, like, I always get asked, always, why not use Judgment? And, like, the reason is, Judgment does not allow you to free kill every class in the game in melee range when you have the skills active. So it's just not, like, worth it in the same way, pretty much. The only real way to kill me is you have to, like, range kite me a little bit. You have to kite out my skills. That is how you beat me. And people don't do it. They usually just try to face tank me and they die, and that's kind of the skill check, I guess. Also, don't forget how much extra damage I'm doing as well. 10% from What Weapon Mastery. 10 from Ale, plus another 4. So I have 24% physical damage bonus. Default, only perks. You know, so that on top of max PDR, on top of smite damage, it turns out it just kind of dumpsters everybody. You know, it just is what it is. Like, my effective health right now, we're at 40% PDR. So we're at 137 times 0.8 times 1.8 about. So that's what? 112, 250. So my effective health without Divine Protection is 250. My effective health with Divine Protection is 137 times 3, which is about 511. So my effective HP with Divine Protection is times 2. Literally twice the health. From 40% to 65%. I don't think I have to, like, I think it's pretty obvious why that's so strong, right? I would assume that's pretty obvious. Like, yeah, of course, when you give a class that much effective HP, like, of course it's gonna be strong. Kind of goes without saying. I'm shocked that more people don't use it. Makes you wonder if people just don't realize how good it is, or... I don't know. I don't really know why it's not used. It should be. I don't use the sling because I would rather that slot be a drum, to be honest with you. Why do you see people keeping gems? Because gems are used for gear socketing. So you want to keep the gems. Especially during self-found. Be back in a moment, fellas. You would go caster. What spell would I go? Caster cleric? Well, that's an easy question to answer. If I'm going caster cleric and solos, you don't have a lot of options because most stuff is for teams. So you run protection, you run heal, you run holy strike, even though it's not that great, not like it used to be. You run no, 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 no. Yeah, so you're left with bless, which is like debatable because there is a perk that can actually give you bless if you want it. Divine strike is decent. If Divine strike pre-nerf, it was actually really... I think Divine strike pre-nerf was really good. It used to be 20 seconds of 5 weapon damage. That was long enough in a fight where it felt like you got a lot of value out of it. 12 seconds is pretty small. And then on top of that, your protection went from 20 seconds to 8. So, yeah, between the nerf to these really killed the class for solos. Your buffs just don't last long enough, and it's so easy for people to kite away from you that it just feels like you're just not doing anything. It's just annoying. So I've run something like this, and then maybe grab, like, Sanctuary, or maybe Bless or something. Something like that. Okay, I think it might be time... I might do that tier list. Here, give me a second. Trying to remember what site I can use for tier list. So I found a ranking site. I'm trying to... I'm getting it set up really quick. Here, I'm going to edit the stream title, and since everybody keeps asking about it, we are going to do a very quick, well, quick-ish tier list for solos. Let's see. If Cleric could res themselves? That would be crazy if Cleric could self-res. Solo tier list because I don't play trios. Alright. So rankings. You guys can see my screen, right? We're chilling. Okay. So rankings, we're gonna rate from S through D. I'm actually gonna take my headset off. I don't need it for this. Okay. Why don't we start with some of the easy classes that I think are probably generally agreed upon by everybody. Should I? Okay, wait, real quick question. So we have S, A, B, C, and D. Do you think we need a F tier? Is there any class in the game that you would rank as so terrible in solos that you would rank as F tier? I'm trying to think if... Really, it's like Bard and Wizard. Do I think those classes are so bad I would rank them in F? I think D is probably fine, like as far as like a low, like a floor goes. You're crazy if you think Druid is F tier. You're actually insane if you think Druid is that F. I think D is probably fine. Yeah, I think D is fine. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the ones that I think I know for sure. This is going to be no particular order as far as the rankings go. But I'm going to start with just an easy one. So, Wizard. In my opinion, Wizard is one of the weakest classes in solos for multiple reasons. Number one, well, should I okay, I guess I got to ask this question too before we start ranking. Am I factoring in the fact that it's self-found gear? Are we using the fact that gear is harder to get to factor this? Because, like, clearly, best in slot Wizard is better than, like, average Wizard. I'm kind of thinking I'm leaning towards making this tier list based on, like, current gameplay, like, current meta. Since self-found is going to go for another 9 days. Market HR solo? Well, that's impossible to judge for the season because we can't even play Market HR solo. I think I'll just rank it just based on just average gear. I won't worry about like market or no market, so or HR, like, you know, HR or normals. I'm just gonna consider like decent like gear. So like if I was running like decent like purples and blues, about what I would rank it. I think that's like fair. But yeah, we can't really rank a class based on HR solos because, or HR market solos, because we literally don't have a marketplace. All right. So I think Wizard is bottom tier for multiple reasons. Number one, Caster Wizard gets free killed by Cutthroat Rogue. And if you run into a landmine Cutthroat Rogue, you are literally a free kill. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You can run the Bonk Wizard variant. However, magic staffs are very hard to find. And finding a good magic staff is even harder. The only real option you have as a solo wizard to try to defend yourself against something like a Cutthroat Rogue is Staff Mastery. But Staff Mastery requires a good bit of gear to make use or make work. You need a full additional magic damage. You need 15 strength. you need action speed, you need some PDR so you're not super squishy, and then you also need a good magic staff to kind of carry all of your stuff. And you need all that to stop like a squire cutthroat rogue from killing you. That's just fact. Like squire cutthroat rogue, if you run into them, caster wizard, like you're just dead. It just is what it is. Not only that, wizard is weak against barbarian. It's weak against warlock because they have anti-magic, so it's not a fun fight for you. You're weak against rogue. You have the campfire for spells. It is the only class in the game in solos that is currently played that has the campfire in solos. Cleric doesn't count because spell clerics don't exist in solos. Not really. Warlock gets your spells back by using a single red pot, so you're good. Sorcerer is cooldown dependent, no campfire. You know, there's just no other class that has to worry about this very slow spell regen. So you're super susceptible to third parties. So if you're fighting like a barb, and the barb's gonna eat like half your spells or more, by the way, as they sit there and heal. You get third party by another dude, you're never getting away from the third party because you're a wizard, and then you just end up getting ran down and die because you're solo and you're just gonna by yourself. Second wind fighter I would barely count because second wind fighter is probably one of the worst ways to play fighter if you're talking like absolute meta. For me personally, if I was gonna rank like fighter skills and perks, by far Adrenaline Rush and Sprint are the two best skills for fighter, because it allows you to close the gap at max movement speed to every class in the game, which you really need as a fighter. Second Wind is not terrible, but comparing Second Wind to Wizard spells, where if a fighter doesn't campfire for Second Wind, they can still play the game. They still get to, like, use their weapons, right? Whereas a wizard, if you're out of spells, you're done. Like, there's nothing else you can do. Unless you count swinging your freaking crystal sword or your staff with no ignite, which isn't going to do much compared to fighter, right? So, I don't really feel like it's a very fair comparison anyway. But regardless, I personally feel like wizard is very clearly bottom tier in solos right now for all those reasons. I think that is a easy selection. I don't think I could possibly be convinced otherwise at the moment. So that's kind of where I'm at. Next easy one, and I think people will agree, is Bard. Poor Bard. Let me tell you why. Last time I made a tier list, Bard was S tier. And S tier Bard was not a joke. The reason is because of this perk. Let's go to Bard really quick. Let's go to Bard. Alright. So the reason that I think Bard used to be S tier, like top tier class, is Jolly Time. So Jolly Time recovers HP and grants movement speed while you're drunk. The problem with Bard was that Ale had no real movement speed penalty. So Bards can scale physical healing and heal for no joke 15 plus healing per Ale. So it's basically kind of like a cleric using lesser heal, but no speed penalty, and you can do it on the move. So killing a Bard at range was almost impossible. So because of that, I rated Jolly Time Bard, which carried the entire class basically, as S tier. Now don't get me wrong, Bard does have some other good perks. I think the best Bard perk they have is Superior Dexterity. Swapping your weapons and stuff 50% faster is very, very nice, and I think that's good. However, it doesn't really, it's not class defining enough for me to rate the class any higher. So I personally would rate Bard. Oh, whenever it works. I would rate Bard down here at D tier with Wizard. This is, I guess, up for debate. I think Bard is slightly better than Wizard because I think it's a little bit easier to play, and it's not as gear dependent since you can run like a Falchion. But calling it anything better than D tier, I think would be very hard. So yeah, Jolly Time was such a strong, yeah, TLDR, Jolly Time was such a strong perk that it made Bard S tier by far. With Jolly Time being basically completely removed from the game with movement speed nerf, it's really just fallen all the way down to D tier. So yeah, I don't think Bard is currently cutting it right now in solos. This is a solo tier list. I do not think Bard is C tier anymore. Jolly Time was carrying Bard hard. I am telling you straight. If you revert the nerf for Bard, you bring back pre-nerf, Bard instantly goes back up to top tier class. But I don't think that's gonna happen, and as such, I'm rating him down in D tier. Yeah, Wizard is not S tier in solos. You would be trolling if you tried to convince me that Wizard is S tier right now in solos. Based on all the gameplay, so I've played the season for probably a good 20 plus hours at this point. I fight almost no wizards, and when I do, I usually just kill them because they don't do enough damage and they just die. So yeah, that's where I would rank for D. Are there any other classes I would consider D tier? Well, let's just go one by one and decide that. Do I think Druid is D tier? No, I don't think a class that can reach max PDR in Squire is D tier. Is Cleric D tier? Absolutely not. It's we'll talk about Cleric in a minute. Is Bard D tier? No, that would be trolling. Warlock D tier? No. Great class. Sorcerer D tier? No, I don't think Sorcerer is D tier. I don't think it's super great, but I don't think it's D tier. Fighter? No, probably Fighter's probably like Jack of all trades, like middle of the pack. I think not like great, not terrible, not D tier. Rogue is far from D tier, very far from it. Ranger, no, you can't. There's no way I could rate Ranger D tier either. Ranger is actually pretty good. Okay, so this is all for D tier. This is like the end of that. All right, what do we want to rank next? Is it fair to just go ahead and rate Barb and just be done? Yeah, is it fair to just go ahead and rank Barb where I think it belongs? I feel like Barb is still S tier. I've played Barb a good bit this season. What's my Barb level at? Yeah, my Barb is at 19. I think my Barb is like barely died this season as well. Yeah, my Barb's also been like really good at collecting gear too. I feel like it's probably fair to just go S tier. So you figure SSF, so Barb is just naturally, it's really easy to collect gear for Barb, which is great since we're in self-found range. Barb has some of the best perks in the game. They have Iron Will, which completely takes casters out of the game and reduces the knockback effects. Robust is still strong. Two-hander is still great, and two-handers are meta, by the way. So if a Barb is using like a War Maul, they have 30% armor pen, which is just hilarious. They have option of Crush to stop the door meta if you want, although I don't think this is meta, perhaps. I would probably lean towards Berserker. That would be like actually what you want to run. Berserker still being a really strong perk for Barbarian. And again, movement speed is always good in solos. Rage gives you 7% movement speed. Rage is still really strong. And Savage Roar reduces their movement speed by 2.5%. So between Rage and Savage Roar, you're at a 9.5% speed discrepancy. And you get the 30% reduced physical damage they do, so you're really hard to kill. And you get 10 strength from Rage. So overall, yeah, like this setup, I would be hard-pressed by anyone to not call Barb, like, just straight S tier. Barb always seems stronger in SSF. Well, yeah, but we're ranking based on, like, current kind of game, like, the current game point, and, I mean, we're currently in SSF, so I think that's fair. Why does Rage give 7% with damage while Adrenaline gives 5? Adrenaline Rush gives 15% action speed. Adrenaline Rush is better than Rage. Is that a real question? I'm not even, this is not like a joke. Adrenaline Rush is better than Rage. I would take off Rage. I would swap it in a heartbeat. If my Barbarian had Adrenaline Rush, that would be busted as hell. Adrenaline Rush is one of the best skills in the game. It hard carries fighter, I think, at least in solos. Yeah, by all means. I would even consider taking like Rage plus Adrenaline Rush, but I would gladly swap it out. 15% action speed is more important than 2% movement speed that Adrenaline Rush is giving you. Like, Rage and Adrenaline are both insanely good, but I think Adrenaline Rush is better. 5% movement speed, 15% action speed is so good. And it's 8 seconds, not 7, right? It's just so strong. So yeah, I would personally rank Barb in the S tier range. I think most of us seem to be agreeing so far. These are kind of like the easy, like, cop-out answers, honestly. Like, we all kind of knew where these three stood. This is kind of where we get to the slightly harder to rate. Cleric. I think during self-found solos, I actually think Cleric might be S tier. My Cleric has gone unkilled for probably over 6 or 7 hours. Something around that range at this point. It is really hard for me to imagine that Cleric is not S. And that is only because of how strong Smite and DP currently is. Yeah. I think the amount of damage and stats that you're getting on Cleric has to make it S tier. So let's just kind of think about these stats for a minute. Baseline Cleric, no gear required. You're getting 24% power bonus because Brewmaster gives you 14 with the ale. So 10%, 14%, 24. You're getting the extra damage and speed slow with Faithfulness. And then you're getting Perseverance, which arguably is one of the strongest perks in the game. It actually takes out some classes from the game. It stops Curse of Pain from doing like anything. It stops poison weapons. It stops rupture. There's so much stuff that Perseverance just makes like irrelevant. It's great. It's really strong. And then Divine Protection in Squire can put you at max PDR, and then when you have like decent blues, and you get either some movement speed or some like decent stats. When you throw Smite on, Smite DP, you can't run away. It does too much. It does a ton of damage. You're talking 24% power bonus, plus 10 extra damage per hit baseline, which is like 30% more damage on your weapon. Something around 30 or something, I don't know. It's a lot. That is not affected by limb, so if you hit like someone in the limb, they're still taking full smite damage as well. As far as I'm aware. I think that's how that works now. Actually, is that how that works? I don't think smite works with headshot multiplier. I think it's the same damage no matter where you hit somebody. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's how that goes. Even regardless, it's still like an insane skill. So, yeah, between how good the perks are, how good the skills are. Then you also have access to meta-defining equipment. You have Top F Helm, you have Hound Skull, highest headshot reduction in the game, immediately giving you an advantage in melee range. Then you have... Oh, well, actually, Zell beat me to that. Yep. Yes, the heavy plate helmets. And then... yeah, that's like pretty much it. There is a downside to Cleric. There are some counters to Cleric. For example, fighting a sorcerer that knows what they're doing. It is really, really, really unfun to fight them because it is almost impossible to ever melee them because they have so many knockbacks. So it kind of sucks having a matchup that's so bad for you. However, on the flip side of it, if we were gonna rank a class based on having a counter, then Barb wouldn't be S tier because I don't know if you guys have ever watched Cleric fight Barb, but sometimes you just dumpster them for free because Cleric goes to like max level endgame gear for 6 seconds, and sometimes a fight only lasts for 5. So the Barb is already dead, and then you just like take no damage. So even though Cleric has some counters, I think it is so generally strong, I would have to rate it S tier. There is another counter too. I will admit, Cutthroat Rogue also does counter Cleric. Oh, you know what? We got to think about this. How many classes counter Barb? Because that might knock it down to A+ tier if there's enough counters that don't quite go. How many? Let's think about this for a moment. How many counters does Barbarian have? Smite DP Cleric counters Barb. I would argue Druid is actually good against Barb. I hate fighting Druids as Barb because it's really hard to kill them because you have no good way to kill Rat form, and Bear form. The Bear form arguably is stronger than you are sometimes. You can kill Druids, but I definitely wouldn't consider Barb favored against Druid. Unless you have a Warmaul with... if you have Warmaul and Two-Hander, I actually think it's good against Druid, though. So it depends on your kit a little bit. If you're running no armor pen, the Druid is just a pain in the ass. If you have Warmaul, it's a lot easier. Druid easy to parry. Not really. I mean, with a longsword, sure. But I wouldn't say that it's super easy as a barbarian to parry and out damage the druid. I think that's a little bit easier said than done. If you have a longsword, yeah, you can totally parry them. You know, I'm debating here. I think Cleric might have more counters than Barb does. What's good against Smite DP Cleric? Because you have no range. You know what? I think Cleric actually goes to A. Cleric dies to Cutthroat Rogue. It dies to Sorcerer. It dies to Forceful Shot Ranger. Those are 3 hard counters. Like, classes that just beat you. There's no skill involved. Forceful Shot, you can't melee them. Sorcerer, they knock you back. I feel like that's fair. Actually, funny enough, Wizard, of all classes over down here in D, Wizard's actually not even good against you, or not even good to fight either, because Cleric is based on physical damage, not you know, magic based. Cleric has enough disadvantages compared to Barb. I actually think I'm gonna put it in A tier. It's funny because Cleric is stupid strong against a lot of classes, but it has so many technical counters that it completely depends on how good you do. Like, for example, if you went into a solo game and you ran into nothing but Cutthroat Rogues, Sorcerers, and Forceful Shot Rangers, you're basically not even playing the game at that point. You're just trying to survive and leave. So, I think it is fair to put it in A tier. Maybe, I mean, debatably top of A tier, but I think A tier is probably fair. Yeah, I think I've convinced myself. I was leaning towards S just because I know it can beat barbs, and it's so good against some classes. Like fighting a fighter or barb with smite DP, it almost feels like cheating. But then like on the flip side, it's so bad against other classes. You kind of like can't. I think for an S tier has to be has to be such a good class that it doesn't matter who's in your lobby. You have to be strong, or like it basically doesn't matter, right? Because S tier is supposed to be like the best of the best, no RNG involved. Whereas Barb, I would argue, Barb doesn't give a shit who's in the lobby. Barb can fight any class in the game and always be either at an advantage or be at a or be like even. Because you're right, even Warmaul Barb can kill a cleric. That's true. That's very true. So yeah, based on those parameters, I would definitely rate Barb S and Cleric A. Cleric is no lower than A though. Any lower than A would be disingenuous, because of how strong it can be. But yeah, I think that's fair. Morningstar is too easy to parry. Okay, then bring a Warhammer secondary, and then Warhammer is not easy to parry, or Warmaul. There's other alternative weapons if you want to specifically fight parry players. Just because Morningstar is the best weapon for cleric doesn't mean you have to use it for every fight. You have 2 weapon slots, so it's kind of similar to Barb. Bring like a Morningstar, and then bring a Warhammer or a Warmaul secondary. Something like that is good. That's also a fair point. Barbarian has access to infinite Frannies. Well, infinite, as much as you can fit in your bag, which is good range. Cleric has like a few drums, but nowhere near the range that Barb has. And range is definitely a disadvantage. Oh yeah, you're right. Cleric has a sling, so we'll just move him off the S tier for sure. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Let's think. Let's talk about fighter really quick. We'll go one by one here on where I think fighter is. All right. So fighter has 2 archetypes. Fighter has Slayer and has like the plate variant. Best fighter skills by far, I think. So fighter has, see, the reason that fighter is so much higher than I might consider, fighter's hard carried by perks and skills. I'm gonna be real with you. That's just how it is. It's hard carried by it's kind of like cleric in a way. Adrenaline rush is so strong that it instantly bumps fighter up tiers that he wouldn't. Let's say adrenaline rush didn't exist. Let's say it was removed from the game. Fighter is just tiers below where he would be otherwise. That is how good adrenaline rush is to me personally, because I use it on every build. There's never a build that I run that doesn't have adrenaline. So the only like, niche pick is the secondary one. There's a few things I've tried over the years or over the months, whatever. Sprint. Fortified ground appears to be out of meta. I don't see anyone in solos use it anymore. So, there's that. Second wind is okay, but having to campfire for a recharge is pretty shitty, so I usually do not take that. Taunt is okay, but with the introduction of so much armor pen, I think taunt's actually gotten a lot worse. Victory strike is okay. It does give 40% damage, but I personally think that sprint is the current way to go. So between adrenaline rush and sprint, you're very easily able to go to max movement speed with 15% action speed as well. So I think these 2 combined are very, very easy to like make virtually any build work. You can use this to go max speed on plate. You can use it to go max speed on Slayer with weapons out if you build strong. You build like the way you go. Then, not to mention, don't forget, fighter also has access to dual wield, which is another 10% action speed. You have access to sword mastery. I'm sorry, yep, sword mastery, which is another 5% action speed. So default, fighter just has 30% action speed for free, which is 30%, or which is 30 dex. That is crazy. That is a lot of dexterity. Also, fighter has access to swift too. Look at my speed, 279 to 286. So swift alone is 7 movement speed in a meta where there's no movement speed stats. Like, you can't roll speed on your boots anymore. It's not an option. So I feel like Swift is like on its own. I'm trying to think if on like every class if I would take 7 movement speed as a perk. It's not like the strongest perk in the game, but for what it's worth, I think it's pretty decent because it allows you to wear heavy plate armor without having to worry too much about your speed. And with agility being nerfed, yeah, it's a good point, Diane. With agility being nerfed from where it used to be in previous seasons, you can't build speed as easily. So that 7 movement speed you're gaining is not super easy to grab. Spell Reflect is okay too, but that is dependent on if you think that casters are meta in solos, and I would argue that if you're playing solos, you probably don't want Spell Reflect. I don't know if there's... It's hard to say, but I would lean against it, personally. Because I think you're more likely to fight classes that are not slinging spells at you. However, I will talk about that in a minute for the ranking, because I think casters are going to be a really big reason as to kind of the problem of fighter right now. That is fair. Casters aren't meta, but Warlock is, and Warlock is very scary. But does Spell Reflection carry you against a Warlock? I don't really know. But the thing is, if you're running Spell Reflection, then you don't have Sprint Adrenaline Rush. And remember, Warlocks usually, like if they're kiting, they probably have Phantomize. Even if they don't, they still have BOC. So I don't know how you're ever going to catch a Warlock if you don't have access to this movement speed bonus. Because they're usually just going to run away. But yeah. So that's kind of like some of the general thoughts of like good perks and skills that fighter has. Of course, you also have stuff like Slayer. For the movement speed and the damage, which is okay. I don't think it's like HR viable, really. I've seen some people try it, but I think it is very good for normals. Although I think the PDR, the plate variant, is stronger. But it's an option. Defense Mastery is okay for trying to reach like max PDR builds with like uniques and marketplace that becomes more viable. Yeah, those are kind of just some ideas. So as far as ranking goes, I do not think that fighter is C. I don't think fighter is D tier or C tier. I don't think it's S tier. The reason that fighter really can't be S tier, I would say, is it has too many counters. So like plate fighter typically has it's pretty bad for like casting classes. So in the small case that you happen to run into a sorcerer or a wizard or a warlock or a cleric or whatever, I think it's just not good against all those classes. So as I said earlier, if a class is going to be S tier, it has to be there because it has virtually no counters. And I don't really think calling fighter no counter is accurate, personally. So the real question is, do you think it is A tier or do you think it's B tier? That's the question. I think it's really close, but not in like a super crazy way. If I was gonna rank fighter, I think it's kind of like the jack of all. It's kind of like a jack of all trade class right now. It kind of does a lot of things well, but it has some pretty crippling weaknesses as well. I think I would rank it like A minus. I think cleric is stronger than fighter. But I don't think fighter's bad enough to be B tier. So I think I'd rank it like A minus tier. If I was gonna put it in B, I would put it in B plus. But Adrenaline Rush Sprint allowing you to reach movement speed cap and having access to such strong... It just... How can I rank a class B tier or lower that gets, you know, what is it? Sprint gives you 10% movement speed. Adrenaline gives you 5. So you get 15% movement speed, 30% action speed. How can I possibly rank a class less than A tier that has access to such crazy stuff? Fighter does not counter Barbarian. That used to be the case like a year or two ago. That is no longer the case. Barbarian has a very fine matchup against fighters. If you've never played Warmaul Barb, that shit can cripple a fighter. Warmaul Barb has 30% armor pen with two-hander. 30% armor pen takes away almost all of fighters' advantage they may or may not have on you. And now you're left with a barbarian with more health, more damage, and the fighter just kind of loses. If Warmaul didn't exist, then I might agree with you. But Warmaul alone is giving so much armor pen that I think it is making you favorable against fighters. Back in the day, it didn't feel that way, and Barbarian felt like a counter. Like when I played Barb, I remember seeing fighters and going like, shit, you know, like what am I gonna do against this fighter? But yeah, 30% armor pen is insane. Only 30% of their armor. You must not understand how PDR scales if you think 30% is a low number. A 65% PDR player losing 30% of their armor, if they have 150 health, they go from effective 450 to effective 300. 30% armor pen is knocking 150 health away from a 65% 150 health fighter. You are insane if you don't think that is strong. 30% armor pen, because of how PDR scales in this game, is very, very good. Promise. HR is a lot about stats, and I think a lot of people do not understand how strong PDR truly is and how good armor pen truly is. And it turns out when you have a weapon that gives you 20% armor pen for free and then a perk that adds 10% on top of it, it turns out it's pretty damn good. It basically removes any super crazy PDR, HR, HP scaling that fighter can have, and it takes it out of the game. It's gone. So, yeah, I think, I definitely do not think Barb has a bad matchup against fighter. It used to, way back in the day, but I don't think that's no longer the case. It's a big reason that Rogue is so strong, because Rogue has access to thrust, and then like the dagger armor pen. So base Rogue is 36% armor pen. 20 plus 8 plus 8, which is just crazy. Like, it's just so much, you know? It just completely like cripples classes like fighter. However, again, fighter has so many good perks and skills. I don't think I can rate it in B tier. I think it's too good for it. Okay, Reynard, you clearly don't understand how armor works, but I'm just gonna move on. Because, like, yeah, you're technically right, but you don't understand how the math works. You very clearly are not understanding what I'm saying. Anyway. So, next class. Who do we want to rank next? Druid, Sork. Druid, Warlock, Sork, Rogue, Ranger. I think Warlock is a pretty good... I think Warlock's a pretty easy one to base on. I don't know about you fellas. I think Warlock is one of the best classes in the game. I think it's like really, really good. I think it's partially carried by Halberd, because Halberd is also the strongest class in the game, or strongest class. It might as well be its own class. Violet, I think, is one of the strongest weapons in the game. So, what version of Warlock? Well, it's a tier list, so whatever Warlock's best version is what you would rank it at. If Demon Form, okay, like for example, if Demon Form was S tier and Caster was C tier, I would rank Warlock as S tier. Whatever class variant is strongest is where I would rank Warlock. Can't see the game screen. What do you mean you can't see the game screen? Is it broken? Wait, why can't you see my screen? Wait, what the heck? Wait, why? What is happening? I'm not even kidding. The game, like the screen is bugged. Have you guys not been able to see the game the entire time? OBS is like, you see the web page? What? Dude, I'm not kidding. I have display capture on? What is happening? Okay, so just, okay, it must be a dark and darker issue. That's super weird. Because game capture is picking it up, but for some reason display is not. That's so weird. I might have to swap that back and forth. That's super strange. I don't know why that's happening. I thought you guys could see the game the whole time. I had no idea. Yeah, that's the OBS is definitely shitting something right now. All right. Anyway, so yeah, how I'd rank a class is based on where I would consider the like the strongest build to be. Maybe it's because the game is on full screen. Yeah, but it's display capture. Display capture is supposed to show whatever's on like my main screen. So there's no reason that it should have not been showing it. That was the first time it messed. Oh, so before you could? Alright, whatever. Must be bugging. Anyway, so Warlock, Soul Collector is one of the strongest perks in the game. Getting +3 all stats is insane. And then 100% damage bonus is doubly insane. Dark Reflection scales so well with Soul Collector, and then it can also technically scale with Crystal Ball if you want to do a build like that. Although I don't think it's necessary. So this alone is going to deal, what is that, like 25, 27 damage, because it's slightly lower scaling. What's 75% of 15? Like 3.5? 3 point something. Yeah, so basically Dark Reflection is doing about 27 damage when someone hits you. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Yeah, so between Soul Collector, Dark Reflection, BOC also scaling with magic damage, Anti-Magic basically nullifying casters. I think Anti-Magic is one of the strongest perks as well. I mean, it basically counters Sorcerer, other Warlocks, it counters Wizards. It just makes them not be able to play the game. It feels like if you build a high MDR Warlock kit with 45% MDR, Anti-Magic puts you at cap, and it's just like, it's so stupid trying to play Wizard and trying to kill a MDR maxed out Warlock. It's not even fun. Legitimately, it's not fun. Vampirism's pretty good for, you know, just kind of self-heal and all that jazz. You do have like the alternative options of like Demon Armor for good arm, you know, just for good PDR. You have Torture Mastery for heal Warlock, although it's debatable how good that is or isn't, but that's there. Of course, you have Phantomize and Demon Armor or Demon Form as well. Phantomize is decent for like caster kiting. Demon Armor or Demon Form is just good because it gives you a ton of stats and it just makes you really hard to kill. And if you do the infinite Demon Form build, you get just like permanent 100% Dark Bolts, which is just hilariously strong. So yeah, I personally, I've been kind of thinking about it a little bit. Yeah, it's so weird. Yet screen capture is totally not working properly. So what if I add a new tab? Wait, the new tab doesn't work either. It's stuck on this screen. This is so weird. Yeah, I don't even have my page full screen right now. It's totally broken. OBS something happened. Whatever, it's fine. We'll just deal with it. We'll deal with it. Okay. So Warlock, I think, is obviously not D, obviously not C, obviously not B. Question is, do you rank it A or S tier? Let's think about counters. What class is good against Warlock? Barbarian? What else is good against Warlock? Because it's not Sork. You got anti-magic. It's not Wizard. Ranger? I could give Ranger. Ranger and Barb. Wizard smokes Lock. Wizard does not smoke a Warlock if they build for MDR. As long as a Wizard, as long as a Warlock is taking 45 MDR, or taking like decent like armor or decent MDR pieces, and they throw on anti-magic, that Warlock is not like dying to that Wizard. Because at that point, the Warlock is going to have like MDR cap. It's going to be very, very hard to get bursted down. Yeah, I do not agree with that. Wizard smokes Lock if the Lock is not taking anti-magic, and if they're not doing that, they deserve to die. That's their own fault. So yeah, in my opinion, the real MDR cap is 65, same as every other class except for Fighter. Fighter is the except. Oh, actually no, Barb too. Barb can go to 75 with Iron Will. Fighter can go to 75 with Defense Mastery, but default is 65 across the board. So if a Warlock has anti-magic and goes to 65, they're not dying to casters. So I think Warlock's main counters are Barb and Ranger. If Barb is a counter to Warlock, Wizard or Warlock cannot be higher tier than Barb. I think that is fair to say. I can't rank Warlock higher than Barb if Barb is beating them. The thing is, Warlock has so many good matchups. Even like, honestly, you know what's funny? Even Landmine Rogue kind of gets shit on because Dark Reflection damage is so high. And if they get hit by like a single BOC plus Dark Reflect, they just kind of evaporate. I think it almost feels like Warlock is such a... it has so many different variable options to play. I think it's S tier. I think that's going to be our second S tier class. I think Warlock is generally more consistent, / has more build variety than Cleric and Fighter do, and it has less hard counters. There's more things that counter Fighter and Cleric than that counter Warlock. And every class is going to have a counter. This is how solos is. But the fact that Warlock has so little counters, I think Warlock's S tier. You think the options are A? I don't know, man. I don't know, JW. I think Warlock's options, they have Demon Form, they have just straight like BOC, plus casting. You have Falchion Ball, you have Magic Staff Bonk, you have Halberd. Halberd's like one of the best weapons in the game. You probably run like Staff Bonk plus Halberd secondary. Use the Halberd for barbs. Staff Bonk for like a lot of other shit. You do a ton of damage. I feel like Warlock just really does a lot, personally. You're mixing 17 different builds? No. You don't have to only pick one build. That's not true at all. I said I was going to rank the class based on what the strongest build is. And Warlock 100% strongest build is definitely S tier. For sure. Has to be. Have you fought infinite demon form builds? Those are crazy. Have you fought, not even infinite demon form, have you fought Bonklock? Like BOC Magic Staff Bonklock with a secondary Halberd? You don't need Phantomize for Magic Staff Warlock. You don't need it. You absolutely don't. But again, there's only 2 classes that counter you. You get countered by rangers and you counter by warlocks. Or, I'm sorry, you counter by barbs. Torture Mastery? I don't know where I'd rank that. Torture Mastery is like a really weird spot where, like, I don't think it's bad, but it needs a lot of gear to work. Way more gear than than the other forms of Warlock need. I don't think I'd rank Torture Mastery S. S tier for Warlock is more so because of the alternative options they have. I would not put Torture Mastery at the top with them, I think. Also, that's a fair point too. How can Warlock be S tier? Or how can Warlock not be S tier? They can spam red pots, flame walk, and you can never melee them. They can do it all game. It's not even that hard to do. You bring stacks of red pots. If you see someone, you keep flame walking over and over again. I did it last season. And you can't be pushed. You know? And that kind of goes into why Warlock is so much better than Wizard. Warlock gets to cast spells infinitely, and Wizard barely gets to do anything. So, that's, you know, before you have the campfire. So, I'm going to leave Warlock S tier. I'm sticking to my guns, even if you don't agree. I think it's really, really strong right now. Sorcerer. I think Sorcerer is... You know, Sorcerer is a hard choice in solo. So Sorcerer gets hard countered by Cutthroat Rogue. It has a tough matchup against Iron Wool Barbarians that are building for like full movement speed. It has a tough matchup against Rangers. It's great against Clerics. It's great against Fighters. Good against... Is it good against Druids? I feel like a good Druid can kill a Sorcerer with Panther form, because Panther does have the built-in silence. Wait, how I move Warlock? I did move Warlock. What do you mean? Oh, the screen must be frozen. Wait, yeah, so the display capture? It's frozen. You don't actually see my screen. What the? What is this? Huh. I've never seen this before. Yeah, OBS is bugged. Oh, wait. Oh. Hey, look at that. I fixed it. I just right-clicked display capture. Okay, there you go. All right, I don't know what was going on. All right, that's fine. It was totally bugged. Yeah. Well, I was worried I wouldn't be able to fix it because we were live. I didn't want to like mess it up. Okay, so we're good now. You can see my screen. We're good. Okay. So anyway, so Sorcerer. I don't think Sorcerer is D tier. I think it's way better than that. I don't think Sorcerer is S tier. I gotta think about this for a minute. Well, now that you can see my screen again, we can actually... You can see my screen, right? Yeah, there we go. It's fixed. Alright, let's go to Sork real quick. Let me think about this. Sork's gonna be a little bit hard to rate. Problem is, Sork dies to Cutthroat literally for free. So I think it immediately cannot be S tier. Sorcerer has pretty good utility for solos. It has a lot of knockbacks. The melee build was good, but they nerfed it. It does have a pretty high skill ceiling too. So it's not really a class that like a noob is going to be able to pick up and instantly be good at, which I think is worth considering maybe. Can I do you a favor and drop Warlock to D tier? You don't want to see more around? I mean, you and I both know Warlock's not D tier. You and I both know that's not true. Do rogues run Cutthroat? You know, that's a fair point. I haven't really been seeing a lot of Cutthroat rogues. I have been seeing Hide rogues, but not Cutthroat. But it's still worth considering, I think. This might be one of the hardest ones for me to rank. Here's the thing. I've watched good Sorcerer players, like top tier Sorcerer players, that would almost make me consider the class S tier. But I know in my heart that it's not S tier. And I know, you know, so like a part of me wants to throw it Oh, man. This is a really hard one to rank. Because it requires so much skill. Well, let's think of it this way. Do I think Sorcerer is more played than Fighter or Cleric? I think the answer is no. I think I fight way more of these classes. But they're so annoying to fight, man. Have you like a good Sorcerer? It's so annoying. It's almost impossible to melee them. They just like throw infinite like knockbacks on you and they just keep damaging you till you're dead. And it feels like there's nothing you can do to stop them. Which makes me feel like I have to rate it A rank. I don't think I can rate it C. I think I'm between B and A. Well, let's think about the counters to Sorcerer. That might make it a little bit easier. In a 1v1 spot, what is Sorcerer dying to? Like, if you're a Sorcerer, who are you like just dreading having to fight? You don't want to fight a Rogue, Cutthroat. You don't want to fight a Ranger. You don't want to fight Barbs with Iron Will. You don't want to fight Warlock. Actually, you don't want to fight Warlocks because they have anti-magic. And Warlocks are S tier. So maybe because Warlock dominates them so heavy on top of all the other counters, maybe that's enough reason to convince myself to go down to B tier. Oh, thinking. How's the matchup against Druids? I think Sorcerer does okay against Druid, right? Maybe? Not worried of Warlocks as Sorcerer melee? Yeah, if the Warlocks are running anti-magic, though, I feel like it's pretty hard to kill them. I feel like Druids are kind of scary, too, right? Because they can use the, like, Panther dashing with the silence and get on top of you. I feel like Druids are pretty okay against Sorc. I'm kind of leaning towards B tier. Is that fair? If Sorcerer is losing to Ranger, Warlock, Barb, Druid, that kind of makes me lean towards that's too many good classes, or too many classes in general, and I think that means it has to be B tier. Even though I know there's some streamers out there, or players in general, that can play Sorcerer and make it look A tier or S tier, I think for a general ranking, I don't think I can make it B tier. I think that's fair. It's kind of where I'm leaning towards. I know it's not C or D, and I know it's not S. So really, it's like, do I want it to be A minus, or do I want it to be like high B? I think I'm gonna just leave it at B. I think that's fair. All right. So we got 3 more. This is this might be where we start seeing some arguments, perhaps. Rogue. Rogue. Let me tell you where Rogue is not. Rogue is not in D tier. It's not in C tier, and it's not in B tier. So we can go ahead and scratch off these 3. Oh, Rogue. Let me tell you. This freaking class. This class. It's either S or it's A. All right, let's think about this. How many different build types, archetypes does Rogue have access to? Oh yeah, I know it's above Fighter. It's just there as a placeholder. So Rogue has access to Cutthroat, which basically takes casters out of the game. They have Shadow Step, which I think is super like slept on by some of these Rogue players. They have Hide, still have Hide by the way, which gives them true invisibility. They have, well, gear dependent. This tier list is being made in a way where every class has like average gear that they want. I think in decent gear, Rogue is like not. Gear's not a problem basically. So, yeah, Rogue has True Invisibility. They have Cutthroat. They have Rupture for range kiting. They have Phantom Step to close gap if they want it. So they have options. They have Thrust plus Daggers, which is 36% armor pen, which makes no armor in the game, like, really good against you. You have Dagger Mastery, which is great for damage. You have Poison Weapon, which is really good. It's anti-heal and damage all in one, which is just fantastic. It's great against, like, a Druid, for example, that's kiting from you, trying to heal. You have Ambush. Where's it at? You have Ambush, which is 10% movement speed, and also what, like, helps you proc your hide, which is great. You just have a lot. So, here's the thing. I don't think many classes countered Rogue at all. Realistically speaking, what counters Rogue? Well, let's do it this way. What doesn't counter Rogue? Well, Druid does not counter Rogue, right? I wouldn't say Druid counters it, right? Like it doesn't. I'm just thinking. Druid. Let's say you landmine a Druid. They go Dreamwalk. You stick them, they go bear form. You throw knives at them and with poison weapon until they're dead. I don't think so. I don't think anything truly counters Rogue. I think it's more that classes can kill Rogue. Fighter PDR is not, like, it doesn't do anything against rogues, so fighter PDR is basically irrelevant. Cutthroat Rogue, hard counters Cleric. Like, it literally hard counters them. If you're not aware, if Cleric casts Smite DP, and a Cleric hits you with Cutthroat, and a Rogue hits you with Cutthroat after the skills are activated, the skills disappear, and they go on cooldown. So it's hard counter. You hard counter Sorks, because you sit in a corner with Hide, and if you hit them with Cutthroat, they're dead for free. You hard counter Wizard, because again, same as Sork, you sit in a corner and landmine them for free. They hard counter Bards as well. Kind of a similar reason. They're stronger in melee than Bards, and if you landmine them, they're just kind of left there dying. So what do I think Rogue can even really die to? Barbarian, because of Berserker and just their, like, general tankiness. Barbarians can definitely kill a rogue if you landmine them with no range damage. However, a good rogue is going to range kite barbarians a bit. They're going to use their infinite, they're going to use their 30 throwing knives and just kind of range kite them until they're low and then push the barb. Because, like, you don't really want to just straight landmine barb. You want to, like, kind of weaken them first. Cactus Warlock, Dark Reflection, Soul Collector, BOC, whatever. That can definitely kill a rogue as well. But, like, that's about it. Not to mention, because of Rogue's Hide in HR, you can also use mobs 100% to your advantage. So if, like, as a rogue, you're losing a fight, you can run away, use Hide, and then make all the HR mobs aggro the other person, in which case the other person either has to leave the area, or you screw them over with the mobs and you end up killing them, one or the other, which is something that no other class can do. Technically, you have invis pots, but they don't work nearly as good as... But the mob dumping is nowhere near why Rogue is, like, why it's good. That's just kind of like an option they have. I feel like Rogue has virtually no counters, and even though Warlock and Barb can kill them, I wouldn't consider it a counter. I think it's S tier. I actually think Rogue is more meta than Warlock. You know what's crazy? I see more Rogues than Barbs nowadays. Thinking, like, on today's fights, I think I fought, like, 2 or 3 Barbs, and I think I fought, like, 10 plus rogues. I'm gonna be real with you. Rogue might be better than Barb right now. That's crazy to say, but I think it's actually true. I legitimately see I see rogue after rogue in every game I play. HR is full of rogues you can't even play. It's full of them. Even in normals, they're everywhere. It's like, it's just crazy. It's not just farming rogues. They're PvP rogues too. I feel like rogue is everywhere after this most recent patch. Yeah, this is probably controversial. I think rogue is like top S tier right now. I don't think there's any class in the game that is actually as good as rogue. Barb is close, but I think rogue is actually stronger. When you get to high gear rogue, it feels unkillable. If you play really patiently with hide, dude, it's so hard to die. And you can kill so many classes for free. You don't even give them a chance to play the game. Like, if a rogue with cutthroat gets on top of you with hide, you just don't get to play. You just lose. It sucks. So classes up here, regardless of builds, it's basically it's based on the strongest build that they have available. And I think we determined the strongest build Warlock has is either Demon Form or Bonk Lock, one or the other. No, I don't think it's bias. Landmine Rogue, there's zero skill involved on both sides. Having a rogue sit in the corner and be able to kill you for free without you getting any reaction to it is both unfun and not fair, and definitely deserving of S tier. And there's no counters to it. Rogue has 36% base armor pen, so no PDR can stop it. There's nothing that you can do to try to survive a landmine rogue other than playing like Barb and just having enough stats that you stat check them. But if you're a rogue, you're not like landmining Barb, you're gonna range kite them. So I think that's fine. Strongest build rogue has. That's been debated amongst some of the rogues that I've talked to. From what I've seen, rogue has a few options. They have Mosquito and they have Landmine. Mosquito is also starting to take the new perk as well, or the new skill, the one that teleports you. I think both are honestly strong. I don't know which one's better. I don't know if Hide is stronger or if Phantom Step is stronger. It's hard to say. Hide is like less fun to play against, and it gives less counterplay to the opponent, so it might just be stronger. But I don't think Phantom Step is bad either. I don't think you have to run Hide to be successful on Rogue. I think you can play Phantom Step Rogue without Hide and still do well. I think so. I don't think it's required. I don't think you have to. Good luck bolting a invis rogue who's been sitting in a corner for 2 minutes waiting for you to walk past them. I wish you the very best of luck. Ever killing a rogue as a Sork when the rogue is patient enough to sit there and wait. I mean, really, I don't know how the hell you're I don't know how the hell you're supposed to kill him. As a Sork, I dread landmine cutthroat rogues. Like, all it takes is you walking past the wrong door or the wrong area, and you're dead. There's no counterplay. If they don't move, there's nothing you can do. Surprised you got Bard so low? I don't think Bard does anything better than any other class in the game. I don't actually think Bard is very good right now. The Jolly Time nerf, I think, really hurt Bard. That's the reason for that. Thanks, Miss. Or Thomas. Alright, so we got 2 more classes. Ranger and Druid. Ranger, definitely not D tier. Definitely not C tier. Definitely not B tier, because Ranger is definitely better than Sorcerer. So the question is, where would you rank Ranger for the above? I think it's worth noting, Ranger and Druid I think are both up here in A or whatever. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards A as well. I don't see a lot of Rangers in solos. I think Rangers stronger in teams, personally. Solo Ranger can definitely be a pain in the ass to fight. But I don't know if I could rank them S tier, because I don't think enough people really play them to really rank it higher. Like, if you fight, like, a good Ranger, you're like, holy shit, that guy is, like, annoying to fight. But I just don't know if I don't think I can rate him S tier. So the question is, do you think Ranger is better or worse than Cleric and Fighter? I know, a Ranger that doesn't miss is like a god, yeah. It's really hard to rank. Like, a Ranger that hits all their shots, like, it feels like they want to be S tier. But then, like, you fight a Ranger that, like, misses, like, a shot or two, and then you just close the gap, and they just die. You know? Well, the problem is that Solo Ranger, I think, is worse than Team Ranger. Because having a team, it makes it hard to ever push the Ranger player, because you got, like, you know, Barb or whatever in front of you. Well, the thing that Ranger has that Sorcerer and, like, Wizard doesn't is they have Chase, and Chase is able to help you not die to landmine rogues, which is a pretty big advantage. Ranking class capability or people's skill, it's based on the class's capabilities, not on... Yeah, that one dude that keeps saying that Sorcerer is better than B because certain people can play Sorcerer better. It's not based on people's skill. This is not a rating a streamer tier list. This is a basing it based on the average player playing the class. The average Sorcerer is not going to be better than B tier, by far. Give Sorcerer to a guy who's played it for a few hours and or more than a few hours, but just generally speaking, you're not going to consider it higher than B. I promise. I promise it's not higher. Elon is probably watching, like, Morty or something and going, oh, Sorcerer must be S tier. But, like, it's literally only a few Sorcerer players is the problem. You can't rank a whole class on, like, just a few people. Does that make sense, Elon? Are we on the same page here as to why I don't have Sorcerer higher than B? Because the average Sorcerer player, there is no way in hell they're gonna be, like, S tier viable, right? This isn't a skill ceiling list, it is a class ranking list. You're ranking different things at that point. It would be impossible to rank. You can't even, you can't rank something based on class skill ceiling. Because then what? Is Wizard gonna go to S tier because Red can play it? I mean, what, really? You want to, like, come on, you can't do that. You'd be insane if you put Wizard in, like, S tier. Yeah, sure, like, people like Red can play it, you know? But ranking an entire class based on, like, a few people that can, like, make a class look broken, that's crazy. You didn't mean skill ceiling, you mean class ceiling? Oh, okay, I was gonna say, because you said skill ceiling, and skill ceiling would be based on, like, the player. Red rage quits every time playing Wizard. Ah, so he must just cut out all the bad stuff and make it into videos. Man, Wizard. Or, well, Wizard too, but... This is a hard one. I kind of want to rank Ranger at the top of A tier, because I think, generally speaking, Rogue, Barb, and Warlock are all stronger than Ranger in solos. Like, in terms of not only quantity of people that I see in solos that play, like, different classes, but just how strong I would consider a class. I feel like Rogue, Barb, and Warlock are just all generally stronger. That's what my instinct tells me to put it. Because otherwise I would put it at the bottom of S, and I have a hard time... I have a very hard time doing that. Well, Elon, I think you're giving Wizard a little bit too much credit in solos. The problem is there are a lot of counters to Wizard that you can't just spam spells and kill them because they'll close the gap and kill you. The thing is that, remember, this is a solo tier list. This is not teams. Team Wizard is clearly higher than D. If you're rating solo Wizard higher than D, you're crazy. No, this is based on average gear. This is not based on, it's not based on just, like, garbage. Rogues already have access to good gear. I think the what's the word I'm looking for? The idea that every person has bad gear because it's SSF isn't really necessarily true. There's plenty of people that are running around in decent gear. Yeah, Eurolon, you are the only person in the entire chat that seems to not think Wizard is D tier in solos. You would be the only one here, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, when I made that ranking, nobody disagreed. So, yeah, this is very clearly Wizard's good. All right. Whatever you say, man. I'm glad that you like playing yeah, I'm glad that you like playing Wizard in solos, because basically no one else seems to like it. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna stick Ranger at the top of A, I think. Druid. Druid's hard to rank. I don't think Druid is D. I don't think Druid is C. I don't think Druid is B either. Like, Druid is, like, very clearly stronger than Sork. I'm trying to not, similar to Sorcerer, I'm trying to not let the bias of, like, one singular Druid, or, like, a very few amount of Druids, like, make it higher than it should be. Because there's a few Druids out there that are just so obnoxious to fight, it's, like, not even fun. But, I do think that Druid is pretty strong. I think, because we're talking about a geared Druid, I think once a Druid has access to strength and dex scaling, the bear form becomes really, really hard to fight in melee. You're also at PDR cap, and you also get almost 200 HP plus, which means that you're sitting at, like, effectively 600 HP in bear form, which is really hard to fight. You do need armor pen in order to really, like, reasonably fight it. Isn't that the question? Well, ranking Druid's escapability is probably an entire different tier on its own. If you were gonna rank Druid based on how well they can run away and never die to someone, it would be S tier. Because killing a Druid that doesn't want to die is almost impossible. This is a hard one. I'm struggling a little bit here of where to put this. I think... Well, it's true. It is part of solos. Being able to reset infinitely is why Druid is so high, but it's not like... It's not just the escapability you have to consider. You have to consider how good they are in fights, too. And I think bear form with strength and dex scaling is really good. Wizard was a lot better, and I wouldn't consider it D tier when Wizard had access to the true damage and stuff. That's very true. I would agree with that. Why don't we think of it this way? What counters Druid? Like, what, like, as a Druid, if you see that class, what do you think actually, like, you're actually scared to fight? That's the real question here. Warlocks, genuinely, Warlocks counter Druid pretty well. No, Warlock and Rogue. I don't think it's none. Warlock, 1 Curse of Pain, you can no longer rat form, so you're stuck. Rogue, landmines you, spams throwing knives, and they can whittle you down as well. I think that's it. I think those are the only 2 classes in the game that I'm actually, like, kind of scared, that you're kind of scared of from a perspective. Warmaul? Oh, like a Warmaul Barb? Yeah, but Barbarian cannot kill rat form. As good as Barbarian is, have you ever tried to kill rat form with Frannies? You ever tried that before? It is a pain in the ass. It is almost impossible. That hitbox that rat form has sucks. It is so hard. So, let's say in theory that Warmaul could actually kill a Druid. If the Druid just doesn't want to fight you, they just run. Also, clerics don't counter Druid. That's crazy. Clerics are only good because they're good in their window of smite DP. If a Druid is letting a cleric hit them during smite DP, the cleric, it's the cleric's fault. It's 100% the cleric's fault. Barb kills Druid if they can kill the Druid before they transform into rat and run away. Barb can definitely kill the Druid though. I don't want you to think that they can't. I'm just thinking more hard counters, and I feel like Barb is not necessarily a hard counter against Druid. I think it's just like I think it's a back and forth kind of fight. Druid can definitely kill Barbarian though, Zell, I would say. Bard is trash. I think it's trash. I don't know if you've played much Bard this season, Zenthi, or Zenify. The last time I ranked Bard, it was last season during the Jolly Time meta, and I ranked Bard at S tier. Ever since they lost Jolly Time, they've, like, really fallen off. Yeah, I think Druid has, like, 3 or 4, like, because Ranger is annoying to fight too, right? I don't think it's S tier. I think it's A tier. I think it's above Ranger. I think that's where I would put it. I think I'd put it at the top of A. I would rather fight a good Ranger than fight a good Druid. Good Druids are infinitely more annoying and hard to fight. They reset very quick. They can still door jump if they know what they're doing. The rat form is very hard to kill. Bear form is max PDR, 200 plus HP. The bear form is very fast action speed if they know how to build and does a ton of damage. I think that's where I would put them. I think right there. I think generally speaking, Rogue, Barb, and Warlock are all better than Druid. Now, that said, keep in mind, some of the very top Druid players, like, the really top Druid players, they are, they make the class look S tier, but this is more of a general class tier list, and I don't want to put Druid S tier because of, like, a few Druids, because then I would have to rank Wizard, I would have to rank everything higher. It'd be impossible. You think a good Ranger is more oppressive than a good Druid? You think so? I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd rather fight a ranger than a druid. Kind of what I'm leaning towards. You only play bard, you agree Jolly Time's a big loss, but the buff to Shriek is not a joke. Making superior decks more useful. You think so? Well, Xanthify, I will tell you, I fight almost no bards in solo, and when I do fight them, they usually just die. So, it might be that bard requires a really high skill ceiling, which makes sense. But I just don't know if it's worth the effort. I don't know if bard is a good enough class that all the work it takes to make the class work is worth it. There's just better classes. You'd rather fight the best druid over the best ranger? Really? You think so? I guess I could kind of see where you're getting at. I think this is it could go either way. It's really like it's a small thing, just considering it's like they're both A tier anyway, so it's like not that big of a deal. But I can kind of like I could kind of go either way here. Well, that's the thing though. You know what? You know what Druid has that Ranger doesn't have? It has mobility. Druid has the escape potential and the chase potential that Ranger just can't quite match. And I think that puts Druid a little bit above Ranger, I think. Kind of where I'm leaning towards. All right. I think I'm good here. I think I'm settled. So in order from bottom to top, or I guess whatever. So we have Wizard at the bottom because they have the Campfire for spells. They have a lot of class counters. The burst is decent, but it really comes down to the class counters. There's so many classes that just do so good against you. Cutthroat Rogue, Iron Will Barb, Ranger. Just as like some examples. Warlock, Iron Will. Or I'm sorry, Warlock, Anti-Magic. Too much shit just dumpsters Wizard. And it takes so much effort to play the class in solo. Now, if this was a trio list, Wizard would not be at the bottom. Because trio Wizard is actually very strong. This is only solos. Remember that before you get mad that Wizard's down here. This is only solos. So, yeah. Wizard bottom. Bard, I would say, is slightly above Wizard. I don't think Bard is good, but I think it is easier to get kills as Bard than it is Wizard. So, there you go. Sorcerer, I did see some questions as to why Sorc is in B and not A or higher. The reason for that is I'm trying not to rank a class based on just a few people that are just very, very much superior on Sorc than other people. I think the average Sorcerer player seems to be around like B ranking and like feeling, I guess. They do have some weaknesses. They do die to landmine rogues. A good Sorc can kill Barb, by the way, but an Iron Will Barb against a Sorcerer on like an even field, I feel like the Barb, as long as they're building for speed, does still have an advantage. Warlock is also good against Sorcerer because of anti-magic, just as like some examples. Also, Ranger is good against Sorc. So, you know, we got 4 classes here, minimum, that's all good against Sorc. So you kind of have to like be a really good Sorc player to overcome the gear diff or the class diff, which is why I think B is like fair for them. Fighter is bottom of A because it has a lot of weaknesses. It's not really good against casters. It's got an even fight against Barb. Rogue actually beats Fighter because Rogue has base 36% armor pen. So you can't even like stat check a Rogue with PDR. It doesn't actually work anymore. I don't know. Like, Fighter is generally strong. It's not weak, but it's one of those jack of all trade classes where it has a lot of decent like skills and perks that make it feel strong. But I don't think Fighter's doing anything particularly crazy to make it feel broken. Like, whenever I fight a fighter, I never really think, oh shit, like, it's a fighter. You know, I don't want to, like, I'm always good fighting fighters, because it always feels like like a even fight or a decent fight. So I can't bring myself to rate it higher than, like, going into S. It wouldn't work. There's too many counters. Cleric, A tier, specifically because Smite DP, is really, really strong right now. Kills Warlocks, kills Barbarians, kills Fighters, kills Bards. It does have some weaknesses in that it has a weakness of range, specifically. So, Cleric against, you know, Forceful Shot Ranger, Sorcerer, Druid, Rogue with Cutthroat, just as, like, some examples. It's really not great matchups. But what Cleric does well, just kind of W keying with Smite DP, it feels so strong. I think I would have to rank it, like, right around here. Now, Ranger, really good range. Like, range damage in general is just very strong. Chase is great, helps avoid landmine rogues, which is quite nice. They have Forceful Shot, they have the multi-shot, or not multi-shot. Is multi the one with shotgun? They do have, and it's an option. They have the shotgun skill that does, like, the multiple arrows, which can get some pretty cheesy kills. They have the one that shoots the multiple arrows in a row. I always forget the name of it. What is it? I cannot remember the name of that skill. I used to call it triple shot, but it's not triple shot anymore because it doesn't shoot 3 arrows unless you're a recurve. So I don't remember what it's called. Quick shot. Quick shot. Nope, not quick fire. Quick shot. Yeah, I was thinking. I used to just call it triple shot, but it's not 3, so I didn't remember. Quick fire is very good as well for the extra action speed. Yeah, basically Ranger just does a lot of damage at range, and it can feel very, very tough to fight sometimes. Hunting traps are kind of like a nice secondary too. If you're ever fighting a Ranger and you happen to run into, like, a trap, it's almost a free kill for them. If it's a high rarity trap like a blue, and that's kind of a whole different thing. But yeah, I think it's fair to put Ranger right around, like, A. I don't think I see a ton of Rangers in solos, though. And generally speaking, I still consider Rogue, Barb, and Warlock stronger than Ranger. Old traps are even stronger, yeah. So Druid we literally just went over, but basically really good escape tools. Max PDR, 200 HP plus in bear form. Panther can silence, has, like, the dashes for speed, closing the gap on casters. Rat form is really hard to kill for some classes as well, resulting in very like, easy escapes. And then you can also full heal as a druid in seconds with Mending Grove and then your other healing spells. So reset potential, damage in bear form, just, it's a lot of really good utility you have. So you kind of, like, you're just kind of good against a lot of stuff. And it's not that you're invincible, of course. Like, warlocks are pretty good against you, because if you get hit by one Curse of Pain, you cannot transform to rat form, for example. Landmine rogues can be a problem. Barbarians with, like, Warmaul can be a problem. Ranger can be a problem. But still, I think it's generally strong. Warlock is bottom of S. Warlock is one of the most versatile classes in the entire game. Debatably, they have the most build selection choices of every other class. They have Demon Form. They have BOC Bonk Lock. They have Halberd Bonk Lock. They have Torture Mastery, Kiting with Phantomize, although I think Torture Mastery is not S tier. But between the Demon Form and the BOC, like, Cactus Lock, whenever I play Warlock, it feels really strong to me personally. Like, it doesn't feel like I die a whole lot. And Halberd is also, coincidentally, one of the best weapons in the game. So, Halberd Warlock feels very good. Really, I'm only scared. When I play Warlock, I'm only really scared of Rangers. Landmine Rogues, although you can still kill Rogues because the Cactus of Dark Reflection Soul Collector damage is quite strong. Also, the infinite demon form, like the super high-end builds, those can be pretty strong as well, because it maintains the 100% dark bolt damage, which is very, very good. Are cleric bested by warlock? No, cleric actually does well against warlock, believe it or not. Yeah, the cleric, yeah, warlock is really, really good, but one of the weaknesses is cleric. Yeah. Barbarian has virtually no hard counters in the entire game. Uh, like what really hard counters Barb? I would say nothing. You can die as a Barb, but there's no match. When I play Barb, there's no matchup where I'm like, oh, like shit, like I just lose, right? Like if you're playing Wizard and you run into a landmine rogue or a Barb, you're like, oh man, I really don't want to fight these guys, right? As a Barb, like maybe Druid, but that's more like you just, it's kind of hard to kill them. If you just run away from them, let's, whatever. I feel like Barb has enough utility that it would be impossible not to put it in S tier. Pure range with more speed. If you build Barbarian for speed, you can match / kill any range kiting class in the game. I did it last season. I played movement speed, hatchet, barb, and I farmed every range kiting class in the game, and they cannot kill you. It's a very unique way to play barb, and it's not really the meta way to play. But if you're that worried about range kiting, you actually can play barb to counter them, because Iron Will prevents like the casters from doing too much damage. It also stops forceful shot. So with like a hatchet, you can just straight W key a lot of these players. Ranger does not counter movement speed barb. Ranger only counters the like meta slow-ish barb. Quarterstaff is not great anymore. Quarterstaff got nerfed. It's probably not good anymore with this season. I haven't seen a single quarterstaff barb all season after the nerfs. So I think the new weapons for barb, it's probably just like Warmaul, Bardiche. Maybe there's another one I'm missing, but I don't think you take quarterstaff anymore. The nerf is too heavy. Also, people were asking me why Rogue is so high tiered. Cutthroat, Landmine is still a free kill on most classes in the game. Wizard, Sork, Cleric, Ranger, if they happen to not see you with Chase. So, just as some examples, Bard. Like, if you run into a rogue landmine, like, you are dead. It's, like, you're done. The thing is, what Rogue has that really makes it so strong, it's not just the landmine. It's not just like, oh, like, landmine's annoying. It's actually the armor pen. So basically, one of the counters that Rogue used to have back in the day, was armor, okay? I want you to understand, 65% PDR is cap, okay? 30% armor pen is enough that it takes you from 65 down to 50 or lower once you hit that 30 point. Baseline Rogue is 20 plus 16. So Rogue has 30%, Rogue has 36% base armor pen. What that means is that any class in the game that has max 65 PDR, they don't benefit from that last tier from 50 to 65, which is 1 health pool. So 50% PDR is times 2 health, 65 is times 3. At 50% PDR, it's only times 2. So effectively, Thrust plus Rondell and Stiletto is effectively taking someone and losing them an entire health bar, as an example. So what this does is it means that a class like Fighter, PDR Fighter, does not counter you like it used to. Rogue used to just lose to PDR Fighter. It does not lose them anymore because you have so much armor pen, you're basically shredding all of it. And then Rogue can just kind of build for a tanky-ish, you know, tanky, high action speed, whatever. Because you don't even have to worry about the armor pen. So everything else kind of falls in place and you just kind of lean into the armor pen. You also have multiple options of Rogue. You can play Landmine, you can play Rupture, Mosquito. You can now play Shadow Step as well. I think Shadow Step is a cool, like, skill option. And the reality is, Rogue doesn't really have any true counters. So if you load up into a game and you think, okay, I'm playing Rogue, like, you know, I'm playing Rogue, what can actually kill me? The answer is nothing hard counters you. You know, like when you're playing Wizard, if you run into Landmine Rogue or Barb, like it's really hard to fight. But if you're playing Rogue, basically everything that you find, you are able to kill. Barbarians, technically, of course they can kill you if you try to landmine them, but Barb doesn't hard counter rogues. If Barb hard countered rogues wouldn't be so prevalent. By far this season, the most played class I've seen is Rogue. It's not even close. I was under the impression they were going to remove Hide, and they never did it. So, yeah. So for those reasons, the PDR shred, you know, the armor penetration that you have access to, the invis, the options of, like, you know, the Mosquito, the Shadow Step, all that stuff, I'm pretty confident that Rogue is probably the best class in the game right now for solos, and Barb is kind of close, but I definitely think Rogue is generally stronger. So there you go. That is my community tier list for Dark and Darker. I don't know if you guys, obviously not everyone's going to agree, but that is fine. Some people don't realize that no matter what I do, someone will disagree, but that is what I currently think is the best. No, I'm actually going to go ahead and, no, that's going to be the end of my stream for today. That was a pretty long, that was a pretty long, tier list. I think that was over an hour. I'm kind of like burnt on that after that. I might go ahead and raid somebody on the way out, and then we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, I am curious, before I raid you guys out, what do you guys think of the tier list? What are you guys thinking? Pretty, decent? Pretty decent, hopefully. Agree with all except Bard. Really? You don't think Bard is D tier? I'm kind of surprised. I don't really... To me, I don't really know what... I don't know what Bard is doing that other classes can't already do, you know? But that's fair. You know, to each their own kind of deal. Alright, fellas. So that way you guys can keep getting your drops. I'm going to raid you out to Lore. And I'm going to go ahead and say, have a good night. Hopefully you enjoy the tier list ranking, and I will see you guys soon. Alright? Thank you all. GG's. Good games. And... Alright, I'll see you guys next time, alright? Have a good night, everybody. See ya. Yep, you guys don't mind liking the video on YouTube, appreciate it. Helps the VOD, so thanks in advance. See you guys. Later.